everyone. You're watching week 4 of Challengers North America, featuring our next generation of talent trying to make it to Ascension. And I'm Lemmy Kiwi. I'm in the hosting chair this time, and I get to be on the other side of Van Silly and Ash this time. How's it going, Ash? Because we got to keep Vans in check today.
It's wondering
Oh,
what
we
was
do.
the other side of me was. I had to look
Oh
behind.
my god. See, we
Behind
already
you.
have to start keeping you in check. You just interrupted me. That's actually so
Yeah.
crazy. We just started the day, but I'm
It's gonna
good.
be it's gonna be a long one for you guys.
Again. Vans,
Oh my God.
you're going to
It
detention.
is gonna be a long one. That's my dad for you, you know.
Yep.
Well, Vance, thanks for showing up. I'm not behind you, but I am in front of you. Pay attention. We're sharing the talking stick today. It's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn. I'm
Yeah.
actually quite happy to be here today. I think actually since the first time that I met Ash in like 2021 when she first started Valorant, this is the first time we get to work together on the same desk. Right?
There's no way. Really?
I think it is. I think it is.
Actually,
Because if you're doing this, I'm casting.
Oh my
so
god.
it's
The
pretty cool.
dementia has settled in because he has forgotten like the multiple times that we've worked together. Totally fine. It's cool.
I'm talking about a
okay.
Game Changers cast for
I'm not-
VCTs.
I know. You know what? True.
Yeah. And VCL.
It's okay. I know I'm not your favorite child, but we're gonna move past this. We're gonna move past this.
Well, beyond the undiscovered children that Van Silly have, we'll be hitting playoffs for our first time this year, and that's
Oh,
on the
man.
horizon. And remember, everybody, knocking down 4 opponents will cash in their ticket to the finish line. And today's match features YFP and Blue Otter. And Ash, for Blue Otter, looking at this roster, this is going to be a real testament to whether they belong at the top or the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, I really agree with you on that because these two are obviously tied 2-1 right now. Blue Otter kind of in the lead when as far as those standings go due to that round differential. But when you have that all in mind, you have to consider the opponents that they've gone up against previously, right? They played up against Burger Boys, Hakiki Mori, which is a very different look from the opponents that we've had to see YFP go up against. So I really think that this is going to be a really big litmus test, like you were saying, as to if they are able to maintain this kind of standing within the league.
Yeah, and if anything, if you're looking at this graphic right now, the first thing that comes to mind is we already have a first team going into the playoffs, and that's the Rankers that's been unstoppable since they started in Challengers in split number 3 of last year. They've gone 17-0 since then, and almost seems like they don't really want to drop any type of series, any type of maps, and come in with full confidence into every one of these games. But on the bottom side of that screen, that's where unfortunately we're gonna witness that today. One of the teams between SRG and Mori are gonna go home, which is sad.
That is so sad, and we're gonna leave that funeral for the end of our show because less stakes for this one because Blue Otter and YFP are at 2-1, but they need 4 wins. Remember that we can all count to 4 here. We play video games, and so let's go over that Blue Otter roster because it's very exciting, and we're blessed to have a Game Changers goat, a Bob over there. But Van Silly, tell me all about Blue Otter. Do they have a chance to really threaten YFP this time?
I definitely do think so, because if you're looking at this roster of Zeldris rejoining basically since last week, I think our inside reporter is one of the casters today, Keg, was like, oh wait, I actually had a conversation with Bob. Zeldris is actually coming in for the second week, and that's where they actually change a little bit of roles around, where Zeldris is going to be coming in as this duelist, and we all know him from the OR Esports of last season, and he actually put some pretty decent numbers up on a duelist role, and also wielding different duelist agents, and not only being a one-trick pony around the jet. So Bob most likely will be going back into the bread and butter of what we know her for when she first started playing in Valorant, is going to play the initiator role. Mostly on the Tejo for most of the maps, but overall, I think with this Zeldris joining back into the roster for this week, it actually adds a lot of firepower to the team, and I don't think it's going to be adding too many changes in terms of how they approach the maps, and could be a good contender against YFP today.
And then, girl, we know that Bob is warmed up after the performance that she put up this past weekend, Ash, over in Game Changers. Though not an initiator in Game Changers, but more of a duelist. But that was still a huge performance out of Bob this past weekend.
Yeah, it definitely was. You know, it's pretty cool to see like that flexibility that Vance is talking about that she does bring to the table, the firepower in every single role. The fact that she's even able to pump out those kinds of numbers that she does on the duelist,
Yeah.
like we saw her this past weekend, like we saw in the last few weeks of Challengers NA before Zeldris slotted in place of Welly. And she's able to continue to do that on those support roles, which is massive. I think when you look at these numbers to consider that she's going to be, you know, the second, third person in when they are looking for those site takes in support of Zeldris and able to consistently get off those trades. It's really nice to see how well she rounds out the team.
And the other thing to add around the stats that we don't see currently is just the agent that she wields, right? Being on that Tejo, being able to
Mhm.
stall a lot into the post plans is what she was really good at when she was playing as Silva as well, under like the Cloud9 roster, Cloud9 White even in the past. So seeing that Silva come back in, being that clutch role, and you're able to do that as a Tejo, it adds a lot into the depth of this roster overall here for Blue Otter as well.
And Bob, she fragged out of her mind though. And now she gets to play with Zoe. I mean, of course, on Blue Water, and they have such a good duo ship together, Ash. The chemistry is there. And I think going up against YFP, who's, I would say, at the upper echelon, this could be Blue Water's chance to kind of turn around their narrative and to be regarded as a top team.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think it also opens up some opportunities as well if they do want to ever make any compositional changes, lean
True.
into that double duelist meta there is where you can slot Bob into that role as well. So
Mhm.
it gives a lot of flexibility in that regard where maybe down the line we'll be able to see them catch some teams off guard with some different comps and have those doors open up for them as well.
And we're blessed to have like our game changers goat here, but also a VCT champion in Zeke, like a seasoned player like that. What is he doing here? That kind of track record, I'm sure, provides so much to this team, Vans.
Yeah, if anything, though, it's coming into this one for this roster. It's a little bit of a different Zeke, though, that we talk about here at this point. But
Ah,
still, going into what he brings to the table as well is a change into seems like going to be just a breach player overall for most of the maps here. Because if you're looking back at the history of Zeke, just in general, under Blue Otter for this season, he switched between both the breach and the Astra. But now with Zeldris coming in, and then you also have Bob playing under the Tejo, he's been playing a lot of breach and maybe not putting enough numbers in the fragging department because he's also dropping like 15 to like 25 assists into the other games that he's playing in the other weeks. So when you're talking about how Bob is really good at delaying towards the end or being that third entry after she uses util, the one that it initiates and engages the most to get the most value for Zeldris on the entry is definitely going to be Zeke at this point. So this is going to be a very fun one to observe and see if he's going to stay as the breach going back into these games.
mhm. Well, at least he can cosplay as a champion. That makes way more sense now because the photos,
That
the
made me laugh. I'm dying
mugshots
here.
are not matching up. And now I'm going to make you choke to death so that you
Yep.
can't correct me on things anymore. But like Zeke provides so much to this team. But we now have to regard their opponents, YFP. These are the big hitters. Need a lot of heavy lifting, like at least 50 push-ups to have a good fight against YFP. And looking at their roster, YFP have only lost to the top teams. So can they continue to deliver positive results that their fans expect?
Yeah, I think that we've seen how YFP has kind of just like warmed up into this season here as well. Yeah, they had a bit of a tough match up against M80, who had a very hot start, I think, to stage one. But then you look at their game up against Shopify Rebellion Black, things really lighting up. This roster getting a little bit more comfortable with each other and whatnot. And you talked about some of the experience on the side of Blue Water. When you look at YFP, they have that in spades, and you have players like Jake, for example, previously on C9 last year, looking to
Yeah.
also show his stuff and prove why he was at that tier one level. And I think that's something that everyone has to keep in mind is that this is still an opportunity, not just for these teams to try and make Ascension eventually, but to continue to prove that they are worth their medal, that even though they have
Yeah.
dropped back down towards tier two, they can play at that tier one level.
Exactly. For Jake, Penny, and Stellar, they want to be back on that VCT stage. Penny never really played in partnership, but he already played in Reykjavik pretty
Yeah.
much at this point as well, right? And back in 2021. So he wants to have an opportunity to taste at least some sort of stage again and get redemption of that part. And it's actually quite surreal to me that, you know, you've had moments and even right now, these issues around VCT rosters trying to find like a fragging IGL, yet Stellar is still being overlooked. So I think
Mhm.
that's going to bring a lot of add a lot of chip on the shoulder here for Stellar that
Mhm.
wants to make sure here that if they make it back with Penny and everybody else, holy crap, is he going to come back with a vengeance?
And YFP have stayed together for ages, and I feel like you never see that in esports anymore. They're bros for life. And Penny especially is a player hoping to prove that they're a top duelist in challengers and to earn a permanent spot this time on a VCT roster, Ash.
Yeah, and you look at the numbers that he's able to pump out for this squad, and he's just been going absolutely insane. Of course, having so much support from his team as well. But a great tip of the spear to have here on the side of YFP to make those opening picks for the team. And we've also seen him even slotting on to a little bit of that chamber here and there, who has come back a bit into the meta, considering
Mhm.
how the Sentinels have been rounded out within the last few patches.
Exactly that. Seeing Chamber coming in on a couple of maps, I think it's fine that he brings it out. But if not, playing a lot of Yoru, where you would think in the past for Penny, it's 95% Jet, 5% Raze, depending on the maps. And of course, Yoru wasn't really out there back then. But it also changes the playstyle for somebody like Penny because he is going to be a little bit more proactive and rifling a little bit more for the team and doing a very good job at creating a different type of space here for the team instead of having to be forced on a Jet op every single time. And that's also thanks to the compositions here that YFP also brings out a lot of breach and Teo that allows the Euro to get a lot of space, just like a G2 style that you currently see in partnership. So Penny is fitting quite well into this Euro role, and I didn't expect for him to be such a good Euro player already off the gates here in the VCL. So it proves to me here that his agent pool for duelists is also quite deep.
Sure, and he was one of my favorite Neon players during that Neon jail meta that we just had, and to blossom into top frag like he did last week on Yor was incredible. But YFP went to the finals last stage, didn't get that crown, so we know they can threaten the top, but a boon to this team has to be Physic on how he was able to guide them there throughout the years. And with that experience as a coach in the past, Ash, he can really help dissect their plans going forward.
I think that it's a nice shout for his previous experience as a coach there as well, because it's important to be able to, shot call for your team and whatnot. But I think that sometimes it's a little bit forgotten the importance of kind of being a rock for your team is
Mhm.
when you're in that server and your ability to kind of just uh, keep your team's mental pretty steady and that emotional leadership that comes into play that I think that that experience definitely helps bolster here for Physic.
Yeah, I think overall, when you're looking at his stats too, maybe it doesn't look like he has the best numbers overall going to the challengers for this season, but it's also because YFP in the first couple of weeks have been testing the waters with different types of compositions. For example, bringing it out this Harbor on Pearl and trying to get a good value out of Harbor and Sova at that point, and it got thrashed. And Physic wasn't really able to activate at that point because you're trying something new and you're asking a lot of your players to try to just come back in the game when you just couldn't in the first place. But when he actually went over to the Tejo into the later weeks and again going back into Stellar, going with the meta of the Tejo breach and then with the Yoru, you're starting to see the Mr. Consistent Physic that's been competing in a tier 2 scene for quite a very long time. He has a
Mhm.
plethora of organizations that he played for and has always heard we always rather heard about his name in terms of how good he is in rounds where he could do multi kills.
And YFP don't have a coach listed, so that must be a lot on Physic to, well, maintain the respect of also his fellow teammates, to be a pseudo coach, maybe in and out of game, and to help YFP maintain that consistent top performance. But how does this affect his numbers? Well, let's compare just initiators to initiators of Zeke versus Physic. And you could see that that takes a hit, but what would you rather have, like a really strong IGL who's brought you these top results, or someone that can frag out more and then you could share that leadership on the Blue Otter side? What do you think, Ash?
I think it's little bit of a hard balance there because they're two like slightly different roles that you're looking
Yeah,
at. Because when you're looking towards Zeke, he's playing that flash initiator for Physic, leaning more into that kind of recon S style,
drone.
and then
Yeah.
more of that clearing that you get with that Tejo. So I feel like it can be hard to kind of say you're going to look towards maybe a little bit more damage out of Physics sometimes because of the ability to clear out that space, but that's not really his main role in that regard. Meanwhile, Zeke is going to be a bit closer to follow up because he has to play super close with Zeldris with that utility to help him take that space and also get those refrags.
Correct. If you want to go apples to apples, you're probably going to have to look at Zeke and Stellar pretty much at this point, because Stellar has been the one that's been utilizing that breach a lot here for YFP. But if not, it comes down to the scan or what he could do as a AoE for Physic. And I think it's still going to be pretty good.
And well, we can only have fun if we know where we're going. So let's look at the maps. Remember, this is a best of 3, starting off with the Blue Otter pick on Lotus, Fracture for YFP, and we'll end things off on Split. Vans, do you think, based on the map pool, anyone have an advantage or an edge going into this?
Yeah, I think this is still a great map banning phase coming out here for YFP. For them to get rid of Pearl, as I mentioned before, very, very difficult for them to get a footing with this Harbor that they're trying to pull out. But when you're seeing here this Tejo breach going through, you're just playing even footing for both of the teams on all of these maps. We haven't seen Fracture coming out from either of these two teams yet. But again, if you're going with that breach in Tejo, you kind of know what to expect from both of these teams, which they most likely will pull out at that point. And then you have Split at the decider that Stellar has always been really good at calling on that map. So I think if it's going to have to come down to that third map, it's Stellar's map veto that won it here for the team.
And I think that you look towards, like, circling back to our first pick here on Lotus, obviously the strongest pick for Blue Otter. They found the most success on there, though they have had some close calls on this map as well. All things considered, they haven't been blowout wins nonetheless. But maybe taking a little bit of a gamble towards, yes, it's a strong pick for them, but then also something that we haven't seen YFP play. And it's kind of a double-edged sword in that sense, because for YFP, you're not really sure what composition they'll be pulling out exactly on our first map in this best of 3. And for them, they also get that chance to kind of look back towards the footage that we have for Blue Otter, kind of check out how they've been playing, seeing if they want to look to counter some of their defaults, some of their set plays and whatnot. So it'll be an interesting juxtaposition between what can be expected out of Blue Otter and if YFP can take us by surprise.
And we should go over our expectations, aka our predictions, because I don't really know how I was gonna feel, because Blue Otter, their wins are only against Burger Boys and Hakiki Mori. This is going to be the ultimate litmus test to see if Blue Otter can punch above their weight class, at least compared to their past history. And Vans, across the board, we're pretty YFP pilled, minus Keg, and maybe he'll elaborate on the cast. But how obvious of a choice is this? Do you think this is going to be a clean series?
It's definitely not an obvious choice. The only thing that probably stems and make it more difficult for Blue Otter for me is because of that roster change of bringing Zeldris in. Do they have enough time here with Zeldris coming in for that second week that they have a good game plan to play against YFP? Because just as Ash mentioned, we haven't heard or seen the composition coming out on Lotus, which again, I'm assuming it's still going to be a tailwind breach on that map on Fracture. So you kind of know that expectation, but knowing then the mid-game calling here that Stellar could bring out for this team of YFP could be very difficult for a team like Blue Otter that still has to figure out that synergy before going into that layer of, okay, we can now play our own game. We're confident in our game. How do we outplay now our opponents, knowing how they're calling currently? So hopefully that first question is answered right away, where Blue Otter could come out swinging right out of the gates and get some real success. If not, they'll have to be playing on the back foot the whole series.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be really curious to see if they're going to continue forward with that raise that Bob was previously playing for the side of Blue Otter, or if they will actually try and swap in that Yoru to shake things up with Zeldris in the server, with how good he's looked on that agent as well. So I'm curious to see, because you were talking about it previously about how it pairs really nicely with that breach, with that Tejo, with the space that they're able to create for that Yoru to get some really cool like TPs in and help make that space. So I have a lot of questions in that regard. I think it is going to be a really close series because Blue Otter, they have looked pretty good so far. But again, it is that litmus test that you're talking about there, 11. The fact that they are punching a bit above their waist class. I think no matter what, Blue Otter is the underdog when you look at the experience on the side of YFP. And for YFP, this is a chance for them to prove the dominance that was expected out of them from the beginning of the season.
And I know the initiators are flashy and all, but it seems like Blue Otter are also trying to maybe change things up in the Sentinel department. We're seeing a lot more Vice these days on Lotus, and Blue Otter are considering that, at least in their last 2 matches. What do you think about the Cypher versus Vice discussion, Ash, on the amount of delay that you can create and how flexible it is around a 3-site map?
I think it's a bit difficult. I feel like you have to have a really particular game plan with that Vice, and the Cypher has fallen a lot off quite a bit as well with the changes that have gone through with him several patches ago there, Vans. Just not as strong as he used to be.
Yeah, I still think though head-to-head, if you're going with both of these agents, they'll have their pros and cons. I think Vice is still going to be very good, as you've seen how much she's able to delay on C-site hits, because even if you're trying to get utility down towards the C-site to break her util, she still has enough time to pop out the Razor Vines to stop even the first wave and second wave of hits coming through on that site. Secondly, though, the Cypher on Thief currently that we see her for YFP is still quite good, despite maybe tail utility that could break it at the very beginning. But the camera is still so good and important for a composition like YFP when you don't have any of that fade scan or the Sova scan. So that camera looking up on the A side, for example, to look for these hits or aggression out of the defensive side is still a very, very important on YFP side. And with them starting on the attack, I'm expecting a little bit of that, right? Getting a little bit of a default towards that C site for orb control, for Penny, or for Physic, and then just making sure here that Jake and Thief are watching his B and A push.
What I really like as well about YFP is Penny being on that Yoru, expecting the Vice to come out from the side of Blue Otter. I feel like Yoru is such an important counter pick up against that Vice in particular, because you have that Yoru clone that's able to trigger that wall really early on if you're able to find what kind of space it's occupying, just so it doesn't allow that like later delay a bit later into those rounds, and opens up some of those opportunities early on for the attacking side.
Well, I'm excited for this, and even the post-Neon era of Penny showing off on the Yoru. We haven't seen Lotus in quite a while from YFP. We'll see how they duke it out against Blue Otter, and to take you through all the action, let's go check in with Keg and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Jen. Blue Otter, after Bob's incredible performance in Game Changers, the spotlight on them has never really been hotter, and so what a perfect time to get them on the mainstream and hand them what many would call their greatest test since Rankers, a YFP that continues to find new ways to hit new peaks. Keg, this is a copy-paste of the comp we see from their Haven, and yet they still look terrifying. They still look like the perfect team to be the litmus to Blue Otter, which is why I need to thank you for preventing the predictions curse, and also why I need you to explain yourself.
Oh, okay. First of all, I understand. I'm the Benedict Arnold. I am the traitor of the vetoes here and the predictions. I get it, but let me explain. This first half is going to be the most important half of the entire series. YFP put most of their stock in their attacking side, Tenric. Watch Penny on this Yoru for the majority of the first half of this game. Most of the attacks deal with him creating that space and executing, at times, even fakes. A lot of decision-making around this Yoru utility. Same here with an early fake off pistol on C. It's something that YFP always does. And the thing, though, with Blue Otter is that they're very receptive to changes being made in the server. And that's going to be a big thing to consider as the rounds go on. It's going to be harder for YFP to adapt. Blue Otter has this advantage of being on the defense first. But keep in mind, too, even with the exec on B, there is plenty of footage against Blue Otter for YFP to use to counteract.
They appear to be pretty aware of this. They've been keen on the re-rotations up until this point, but YFP is still on site. A couple util up from Zeldris, and he'll take the opening swing, grab two along with him, and they'll open up the spawn off of that. Should be curtains from there. Indeed it is. Blue Otter, the Tsunami, takes over B site and the first round.
Oh, I also forgot to mention, too, my choice for Blue Otter, Zeldris.
Don't wreck this place all on your own.
And it's not like Welly was playing bad or anything, right? I feel like that could be a narrative that could be spawned in because Blue Otter were getting kills in their matchups, right? But they weren't getting a lot of firepower to get those kills. Bob is playing out of her mind, but with Bob and Zeldris on the same server, Bob goes back to her native role of initiators that she's been playing since the Sonic days. She's unstoppable. But now you have Zeldris on top too. This duality of pure aggression, even on the defensive side. It's how Blue Otter like to play their defense. They push up one lane, heavy stall on the other. Exact same defense that M80 brought out against the very unconfident YFP just a few weeks ago. And they lost out there too.
Getting ahead of that early attack has always been the way that these stronger teams continue to find ways to prevent upsets in the rounds that they know they should win. And here's one that Blue Otter has to retain that confidence in, so they'll keep the two stack on C site to prepare for a winded rotation. Shondex and Zoe still can hold their own. Rest of Blue Otter will rotate back over, and once again, YFP, the push just doesn't hold enough strength to it. and yet the team continues to. This is a stack that is still fresh off of getting Furia, their only win of the kickoff tournament, and a team that, I mean, came so close to being the only one that could beat rankers as well. This, on paper, could be such a tough hill for Blue Otter to climb, and yet, really, the evidence that Blue Otter couldn't beat YFP also isn't there.
See, I wish we had a Challengers podcast for ourselves, right? Like, because there's so much to talk about.
Oh, that you want us to yap longer?
Oh, dude, I am a top-tier yapologist. I could go on and on about these teams, man, but the TLDR is that Blue Otter and YFP don't really play that similarly on both a big scale and small scale level, right? The big core difference is how YFP interact with each other as a team. And for a while, that was their big negative. But now, suddenly, you boost on in as Zeldris, the double blast pack is out, right? Stuns galore everywhere, and suddenly now it's a war on both fronts.
Yeah, finally we'll get that conditioning going on the A courtyard takeover, and so YFP, they want to war on a couple fronts with this gun advantage, while Zeldris continues to hold down multiple on the rubble. Such a heavy weight already carried by this duelist that is still, like you said, so new to the team. And YFP, they've already been pretty whispered out of this C site, so Stol's just gonna keep pushing and grab Steve.
A lot of linearity when it comes to these initial pushes. YFP, they rely so much on Penny to get this extra space early into a round, regardless of the map, is that Yoru. Through the smoke, though, no one's watching from the side. Physic has the opportunity to do the funniest thing, but it only leads to one. It leaves it to Stellar with 29 HP and effectively nowhere to go. The only advantage they have is a single stun and a Vandal. With so little HP and no info on Zoe and Shondex, it's going to be a tough going. Oh, 1v1, a blessing in disguise.
No sight from there, Zona checking. And Shondex still has to save face in case Stellar decides to fully press it, so they will wander slowly. As Stellar gets the reset, and already 4 guns taken away in the meantime for Blue Otter. If Shondex can clear this out, a monumental beginning for what many consider to be Blue Otter's strongest map. Door hit on top of the Vise wall. Stellar will get the signal. This is a fully bred 1v1, baby. But a Razor Vine to prevent Stellar from being the one to swing, at least for a couple moments. Shondex, a little extra time to clear for himself. And now comes the full swing. Stellar is able to catch it and saves YFP's bonus round with the clutch.
Great decision-making from Stellar. I was scared at first when we didn't see the stun go through, but Stellar didn't want to reveal his position. He had no idea where the final player was, but had to make sure, okay, if this stun misses, I'm discovered, and I could very well lose this 1v1. Shondex, though, was in the right spot at the wrong time, I suppose. YFP finally have a round on the board. Again, the duality between Zeldris and Penny, huge for this series. Finally, full rifles on YFP's end. Once they find a site they're comfortable in achieving on, they continue to attack that site for the most of their attack. And A seems to be the way to go for this early rubble take.
We'll see an early double back here. Blue not reading this immediately, but that's why they've got Stole so early, so they can read it before it becomes a real threat. YFP, a comp that is still very hell-bent on one-and-done pushes and then just pushing off of advantage with slightly less util. Zeldra's doing a good job of holding onto the shells as well.
That's true. Something to know, too, is that recently we've been seeing YFP rock Jake on the Astra instead of the Omen. This allows more fake executes on the attack. Omen this time, though, leads me to believe there should be slightly less, but probably still some once the ults rain true. Physic incredibly close to Armageddon. Penny, 2 off again from the dimensional drift for the C take.
Flash in from Penny. You see this dynamicism from YFP of who can set up who, and it's Physic this time that takes the reins on the kill feed. Shondex able to play preventatively, but he's the only one that's still sitting on site for Blue Water. YFP prepared for more dumping to ring through, but Pop doing some great ship along the way, and now the Aftershock continuing to apply pressure. The spike is still not planted, and the paint shells are going to catch Stellar as
20
well.
seconds.
Penny and he stuck on such low HP. YFP still yet to take over the second half of the site. This is such a dominant defense from Blue Water so far, but Thief finds the early 1v1, and YFP spot the gap and the kills to take over. Zeldra's still standing, and like you said, 8 seconds to go. Spike will finally get down with those salvos to stall out, but Zeldris can reopen with that shot on the Outlaw, and you can bet all 3 of the other players are still left on 1 shot of those as well. Can pick up a gun as well. So many options available to this Raze to continue applying a pressure, but Physic on the loop around catches Zeldris in the back of the head, but not with a bullet. Enough time for Zeldris to get at least one more. Paint shells now to stall out Penny, but Physic has made his way back around and saved the day yet again for YFP to tie us up at 2.
Now, I don't want my Blue Otter prediction to reign true or anything, but I think had we not seen that wraparound from Physic, I think Zeldris would have had that.
Yeah, very possible. Very doable for him. Especially with those paint shells back up. He timed that so beautifully.
And the showstopper that wasn't employed yet. Great chances of dividing out the 1v1s against YFP. And this is something, again, that we've seen a lot from YFP so far this stage of Challengers. Waiting till the very last second to get that spike into the ground. The timer has not been friendly to YFP a lot of these late rounds. But they love to take these early fights, and so do Blue Otter. Very early engagement out from C. This is the read. YFP engaging on early, but already an attempt to push up A Rubble in the meantime to gather that space has been called. Shondex on a Nico. Only one Vandal available now for Blue Otter, Tenrek. They're rotating to A slowly but surely. Information will be a struggle for this defense. It really comes down to Bob getting that stealth drone perfectly down each time.
Great resolve from the rest of the team to hold on to so much of that kit, except Zostal, who continues to just sit in front of that C door and just kill anyone who walks into it. Penny opening up the A site, though, and Dry. They will take over, too. YFP not having to spend too much on this early, but that'll lead the Salvo to take down some health for Stellar. YFP continues to army crawl onto this site, tattered and torn, but they will continue to kill. Penny with 3 now this round. Let's see if you can grab 4 with Zostal finally on the run back. Jake certainly can't with such little HP, but the Salvo already pressuring him out just a teensy bit. Rest of the team for the crunch, and this should be easy enough indeed. Physic, another shot from the back to give YFP the lead.
Really like the fakes that we're seeing from YFP. Now they, like you mentioned, they have the lead. It's a matter of how they're going to be using Penny's Dimensional Drift. There's 4 ults available for YFP. If I'm Blue Otter right now, look, I'm a round down. I'm not in the best spot in the world. If I can make YFP magically use all 4 ultimates this round, I consider that a dub in my book, regardless if I win or lose. But this early lead through from Penny's ult should be enough to gather info on this early fight towards A. Armageddon on top, maybe a Rolling Thunder, perhaps then a big dominant fight for YFP would be a great start for them to double their rounds.
Zeldris gonna invest the showstopper into this, gonna try and get at least something out of it, and they do find Stellar's Rolling Thunder. The read from the showstopper doesn't fully deal the damage though, and so Zeldris just still has to stand in front of this. He's only good for 1, and YFP should be able to rip the rest of this site open from there. Indeed, Shondex, only one standing, not for long. That's 3 more for Penny this round to give YFP now double the rounds of blue.
And Blue Otter have faced this problem before. They themselves have actually had this problem way back on smaller maps like Split, utilizing their Yoru to the maximum benefit of gathering that space. And the common thing that we would see from teams go for a timeout, I'm going to use Shopify Black as an example, is that when you're defending against YFP and Penny is just taking all, is literally hungry hippos gobbling up all the space he could possibly get, what would happen is Blue Otter, or really any defensive team, they'll start marking out where they first start seeing Penny at the beginning of a round. And they will purposely play to hide and wait for him to overheat, then take him out, and then execute their protocols for the defense. This stopped YFP in their tracks completely when they faced against Shopify Black and forced them to redo their entire strat book from the ground up.
Yeah, you've got to continue to heat check this Yoru. He's going to continue to be the one to just pierce open these defenses and find that weak point. That's why they brought this comp over from Haven. You're able to very quickly rotate such a gigantic util, dump of util, like taking a whole RV over to C site within seconds. And you just have to be prepared to fight with less if you're Blue Otter for these next 6 rounds.
Road trip.
Yeah, we're going from coast to coast here as YFP has. Oh, hey, wait, I cooked there. Holy, okay, Physic has the Armageddon still here as well, and so Blue Otter, they are still tempted to play early to try to flush that out. Zostal, I mean, tail of the tape for him. He's continuing to do the same thing he's been doing, which is intimidate.
Yeah, really good bait with the judge here outside the small corner of C site. Something we see a lot with Blue Otter on their ecos is they like to hide in corners and deathball together. You know, nothing too unusual. Do want to say though, Lotus is such a big map. It does feel like rotating from C to A is coast to coast. YFP, that's what they're masterful at, is taking that extra space and ending up with a fake. they're not afraid to sell ultimates to make a team over-rotate and hit an easier site.
They're not afraid to do the normal C, execute again. Penny off a flash, can't grab a kill, and now will leave Stellar B. Blue Water should be aware of this, but with the gun advantage, he should be able to handle himself. And so YFP get a little creative with it. Let's send Jake to the back, and unfortunately right into the face of Shandex, who was able to grab a free gun for Blue Otter now. Zostal will make haste with an ult of his own to head over to A site, so YFP will take heed. Rotate on over into a whirlwind of utility, but Zeldris gets all the kills with the Sheriff. Finally, the Armageddon is out, but too little, too late. Stellar has to make up for lost ground, and Zostal still sitting with this judge. Might finally have an opportunity to turn the tables back again, especially with Zeke with the available crunch. No, Physic not available, but Zoe, the jump out! And now an abandoned spike that leaves Zoe with another abandoned swing off of the paranoia, but Stellar still hits the shots. What an effort made off of the save round, but what a save itself by YFP.
I saw the vision. Stellar was completely blinded out and still got that shot. That classic should have been a historic moment for VCL, but regardless though, a great round for Blue Water to take guns away from YFP. There are of course reinvestments, plenty of ults used from both sides. We're starting to see the benefit of bringing out the Omen over the Astra that both teams have been starting to bring out more on other maps. The repositional value of going across the entire map has been so beneficial for YFP to help out this Yoru pick. Big fast push on A once again, stealth drone out towards C. Finally, we see a lock and hold. Big fortification on C side itself with the Vice utility. But the Tejo is good at procking it out fairly early. And this looks like, for once, YFP are going for a straight shot to site.
Another Vine to slow them down.
No.
Shandex able to scatter this out.
I knew it.
Yeah, they'll be heading back over.
I thought I was cooking. I'm like, no, maybe this is the one time they go for something. Well, because that's what they would do very early on, right? Like when they faced against M80, that was the big issue with YFP. They would put so much utility in mid, regardless of the map.
Yeah.
Do nothing with it. And then they would just execute a site hoping for the best. But now YFP are taking their time to sell these rotations against their defenders. And, well, for the most part it works. I'm looking at the setup now from Blue Water. They look pretty good to stop YFP in their tracks. This might force them to re-rotate away from A, off the Armageddon, back to C site.
So well connected.
30 seconds left.
And so stalwart is Blue Water this round. Zeldris has been so good at maintaining this A site without giving away pressure to any other site. But YFP, they still are able to take the long road and head over to C site. Meanwhile, like you said, Thief heading up those stairs. This round is so far from over in Blue Water. They know they have a lot of time to play with before the Cypher comes crawling. Jake first sight. Good stall. Continuing to do this gives more time to this Cypher to find another.
YFP are willing to give side space.
They're fully on. YFP continuing to try to box out, but Blue Water, they've gotten the work done. It seems like Thief was just a little too late. Still catch one from Waterfall, but the damage may be done. That's one more, but too much on site. And Thief will clear it out. Hey, just in time, buddy. YFP still up 2 and still up on the eco by an extremely wide margin thanks to that utter trashing from the back, but still around for Blue Water.
I thought for sure that we would see YFP disengage offsite nearly completely and play for mountain control, just buying time to allow Thief to rotate and get that flank. Regardless, Thief did a great job, like you said, with the thrashing, but it did come just a little too late, and the positioning Thief was at Waterfall wasn't able for him to aim directly at the diffuser of the spike, regardless of the smoke. Luckily though, YFP, they were forced to run out the timer.
Who's next?
Maybe able to work the map a little bit more this time. Blue Otter finding their comfortability on the defense. Zeke rolling Thunder available. Zeldris one off of the showstopper for the retake. They try to fish for an opening pick here just to have it. Oh,
That's
Penny.
a great pick off of the ult by Penny. And YFP should be able to snowball from there. Blue Water, tough to play for anything but the post plan, and they knew that, but even still, Penny can overextend so freely with that TP available that, and also thanks to that stun from, I believe it was Stellar. Very well placed. So, YFP, so much time, so much util to play with here. Blue Water, they will have to open up piece by piece, and most of it has to be done with Zeke's util. Rolling Thunder still available. Doubt they'll use it this round, though. We'll see if they can just Find some buried treasure among this C site. Jake early hold does pop Bob's head. That's a really rough push that'll force a reset, but still Bob finds one across the down site. 2v4 here with minimal time. We'll see if we can find one or two more along the way. Jake will finally get punished, but expected to. Penny, that was more than decent, as YFP will escape with the 6th round.
Yeah, Penny is finding so much value on this map as Yoru, and I think it was Vance saying on the desk how his transition away from being a Jet player, or pretty much just a Jet one trick, through, it feels like since the dinosaur ages of Valorant to now, has worked out for him really well. He's still able to find that distance making that made Jet so valuable in the early days of this game. And sure, you're not able to op as much anymore, but we're in such a fast-paced meta that it's hard to find value on opping for any agent. So this transition has worked out unbelievably, and as I say that, Penny does rock the Outlaw, so the opping does come back a little bit. But for Blue Otter, the win condition's clear. You have to get rid of Penny before that spike goes down.
And they're gonna get in front of this really early with Zeldris at the helm with the hero rifle, good for one, but Stellar can just spray it back down, and now YFP, they'll be happy to take this fight, especially if Thief yet again has another sight from behind. Inconvenient fight at the forefront, but it's the risk that Blue Otter had to take with a round like that. YFP now up by 4.
And this is one thing that YFP, they struggled with early on, but they've made huge corrections with very much recently. YFP, on their entries, they wouldn't check their corners. They wouldn't clear things out as effectively. They were so focused on getting their positions right and the objective on site. Now they clear stuff out. They're re-clearing effectively. Blue Otter, they still struggle with this one aspect of their macro game. And YFP absolutely took advantage of, once again, big fight outside A.
Very brazen by Penny to just trying to get on those salvos and find the kill regardless. Will lead to an early kill by Blue Otter. And I suppose the punishment for that overheating was handed to them a little bit that round, but they will take it and run with it with this still slight gun disadvantage. Now it's Zeldris, the only one without the rifle, but the man's got a showstopper, so I'm sure he'll be just fine, especially if he is given enough space.
Timing!
He spotted that gun! He spotted that gun! Give it a blind to re-swing and escape. But Blue Otter still upheld on the sightline. Stellar finds the crack in the window. And now we are 4v3 now. We are back at a place where YFP can find advantage. They have to reopen Rubble. They have to reopen every sight line they cross through, so Blue Otter should be pretty certain that this is going to be a dedicated A push or just a swing through Baby Door. Either way, they've got those sight lines covered. Jake on the wide peak, given the smoke, off the stun nade, so Zostol's fully boxed out. They'll head into the A site, simply with the Omen util. Jake taking on Atlas's weight on his shoulders, but we'll get the plant going. Early showstopper from Zeldris, and even earlier runaway from Jake, right into the arms of Zeke, coming down from the steps. A rolling thunder all too late into 4 members of Blue Otter, and he's only good for 1. Finally back on the board. Finally a close game again. Blue Otter wins on the defense.
One thing that's guaranteed between these two is that each round is absolutely chaotic. It is a war fight any which way we look. And with Bob going down so early into that round, it was tough for Blue Otter to re-clear just about anything. They had to dial back and wait for these aggressive peaks out of YFP in order to get a body advantage. And by the end of the round, they had to go for the re-clear with almost all of their ults. Bob has Armageddon available. YFP, they themselves, Thief, Neural Theft could be used off this early fight. An early Armageddon brought out in A lobby with a full push will give a lot of information that YFP aren't proccing A just yet. This is space that Blue Otter needs to hold on to so they don't have to re-clear it later.
A fantastic smoke by Zoe to save YFP from gunning it early on C once they read that Armageddon. Now, YFP can not only not confidently duck back into even spawn because of that lobby potential presence, yeah, they have to either crunch B or just fully send it onto what they might see as all of the Vice util. Shondex is still sitting here. He can place it for all we know. Sitting in front of the boxes, big flash to reopen the swing, and these smokes continue to peter out YFP's efforts on the final round of the half. They sit stalled, but with still 55 seconds on the clock. Do they choose to re-challenge the lobby? It looks like they will. Thief just gunning it back to try and take this space. And so Zostol reactively goes for the swing. Full whiff! Zeldris has to hold on to everything now if YFP decide to commit to this. But now, that's the hard part. YFP can commit to anything.
Oh no, it leaves Shondex on an island, has to get this kill, go for the steel guard, and another whiff! It's Penny again again to unlock the site. Off site though, Bob up top available. No ult anywhere to be seen for Blue Otter in this last round of the half. Separated out. The potential lurk off of Physic. One orb needed in order to get their Armageddon off to re-clear the backside for the defense.
Good aftershock to flush out. Bob is in front of it. They are to this early. They need to fight this forever and ever. Clearing out every angle, including that high-low. You have to commit 2 to that, and you just can't. With the resources Blue Otter has left, YFP, a cavalcade to bring them to 8 as the half concludes. What you perceive to be their strongest one, though, Max.
I do. I think both these teams have fairly weak defenses. Blue Otter, they have a defense capable of beating out YFP if this was still the early stages of Challengers. M80 does the same thing. Push, push, push. Fight, fight, fight. Early YFP did not like that playstyle at all. They feel a lot more comfortable going for these early fights now, but having Penny succeed so much in creating space on that attack is what wins YFP so many attacking rounds. But Tenrek, the defense is a different story. This one is much more of a 50-50, regardless of who YFP is facing. It comes down to a lot of gunfights. It comes down to who gets these early advantages. A lot of stun and flashes outside B this beginning round for YFP. They cannot falter. Penny only has 1 flash and Stellar the same. They have to go for this early swing.
The really tough part about this Yoru pick, and moreover Penny's affinity for it, is that it's not just the courtyard fight you have to worry about. You have to worry about YFP getting proactive on any of these site openings. So they'll start playing a lot of these early rounds very slowly to make sure that Penny doesn't get too big for his britches with the lead YFP still holds on to. Especially since if they lose just 1, especially this early, it could snowball so much quicker. Baby door able to easily get broken open. It will require Bob flushing out quite a bit, but she'll choose to let this drone go on the stairs and into the site itself. It will be able to catch and suppress Jake, but that'll just be their excuse to fully bust this down and go for the slightly less pressured site. The window of time is minimal, though. It's just enough for Physic to get missed, and the smoke will shroud his shots and soon his life. 4v5 on the retake here.
YFP, defensive pistol, great at collapses. Zelda should have the angle on one, does not. A good stun, though. A great way to lead things forwards. A great fault line. Jakey, seemingly alone now, has a smoke down to separate the attackers in the post plant, locking them to sight. Of course, 1v1. Zeldris hides in the fountain. A guppy, a fish born for destruction. Blue Otter, once again, they show a breath of life for their defense, for their attack.
Truly no proper punish game once Physic was taken out that early, especially when you were able to just run away from Link in the 2v3 so easily like Blue Otter did from there. I'm surprised there was not a trade despite such a tiny window, but it hands Blue Otter a gigantic advantage walking into this second round of the half already. The perfect springboard to get them to where they want to be this game.
Blue Otter's attack, though, far less linear from the times I've watched back on footage of YFP. YFP, again, they like to find one site that they're great at proccing and just keep going towards it over and over. That was C site on the attack. Blue Otter can be a lot more slippery, pun intended, when it comes to their early to mid-round plays. Stealth drone is out. May lead to this execute on C site. Very little defense being brought out. Even the analyst desk was debating between Cypher and Vice. A Teho available for both sides will make the Cypher util exist far less in the server. And that's a lot of space for Blue Otter.
Yeah, Bob is going to feel a lot more confident in using this drone on smaller spaces, but checking more frequently. So Blue Otter can kind of contain less space and fight for it a lot better than YFP has to kind of expand off of it. And CC site, for an example. Penny continues to be the one to just absolutely frag out and open this up for YFP when it looks like the chips are completely down. And for that matter, they will get rid of 3 guns in this round as Blue Otter will take it away.
Yeah, great great eco for YFP and not so great anti-eco for Blue Otter. You're right, the guns have been lost and that could hurt Blue Otter quite a bit this next round. They may have to slow things down quite a bit and wait for YFP to get antsy to go for these opening engagements just to recover some economy. YFP have a lot of advantages going into this round. Penny, maybe, could bring out that dimensional drift, but fighting for orb defense here is going to be incredibly tough. You have to take this early fight rubble to do that.
Also checking that potential game point. Nightblood's got on M80 over on the B stream. Got the
Yeah, they
extra
call me
RAM,
doubters
extra
for that
monitor.
one too, man.
Look, you're here for a reason. All right? You are valid.
Thank you, Tedrick. I feel so bad. I mean, that's what Challengers this stage is. It's who can have the better micro fights when it comes to big group engagements.
Yeah.
And we're about to see that on C.
Yeah, we're about to see a skirmish indeed. Thief's util continues to be such a strange presence on this site, but one that trips Blue Otter up in the strangest manner. They are on site, but they are unsure of where to go from here, where normally their improvisational skills are second to none in Challengers this season so far. Still, their gun disadvantage continues to make that a tough plot. Thief will play nice and patient, funnily enough, though. And so YFP, they have a lot of space to make up, actually, on this retake with not too much time remaining. Still, Blue Otter, YFP is aware they have to be a little more in front of this, surely. So Thief confidently takes space inside that smoke before swinging out on top of the stuns. 2 for 1, 3 for 1. Jake's in front early, which means YFP is on site soon after. Salvo to stall, so Bobsta can continue to ring out, and there's one. Now the mound control you were looking for, but not the kills that she was. YFP will take the bonus round with 2 standing.
Quite a few guns taken away from YFP as well. Bob had re-cleared the back lanes, making sure no flanks were available for Blue or against Blue Otter, but YFP themselves still took C-site control with ease. There just wasn't a lot of utility for Blue Otter in the post plan to use to stifle them back. 6-9 now, nice. We see Zeke with Rolling Thunder available for an engagement, which could be huge. Oh, I like this replay. Great reposition value off of Zostal, taking that brown box space. Did allow a mini high-low for anyone playing around the small elbow of C-site. But once again, YFP have not changed their Sentinel utility. It's still on C-site. This conditioning of proccing out that utility, getting rid of it, and possibly resetting for the mid-round Tenra could be huge here.
Yeah, Thief has been the first one to go for that wraparound more often than not. Rolling Thunder on the execute, so Thief is going to be even more motivated to play keep away. Now, with those trap wires out of his reach, though, so Blue Otter will do a good job of being able to clear. Of course, until Penny walks into the picture with that Yoru ultimate and starts spraying through the smoke to apply that extra pressure. Even still, Blue Otter take the C-site with the same confidence they did the previous 2 rounds, and they will continue to box out YFP with the same amount of space. YFP still has the same amount of util to reopen, save for Physics' entire kit. Stellar now gonna unload his to get onto the site itself. It's gonna do good enough, and Thief will just start. Okay, bro, sure. We'll get on the spike and get this started. YFP should be good for half. No, Bob fires through on top of the salvo to prevent. Still 4 standing, still a good amount of time. Still a whole lot of Blue Water on this mound, but not too many shots connecting in time. Continuing to force to dance, and Blue Water continuing to get zoned out. Armageddon on top of the spike to play for time, though, and Bobsta still has to make up so much ground. Jake playing with her so well, but time is just enough for YFP. What a stupid amount of coordination necessary from YFP to get that done, but they still somehow do. On top of a salvo, on top of an Armageddon, on top of 5 outside. You couldn't ask for anything better from that defense, Keg.
And with 0.14 seconds left on the timer, the spike not halved at the very last second, a desperate defuse that comes by. Unbelievable from YFP. Their retakes on C have been phenomenal, and they're so great. No matter what kind of space and safety net Blue Otter think they have, YFP have been simply winning these gunfights more out of C. And it's time for Blue Otter to start thinking about going a different site. We've been seeing a lot of dancing around C for the longest time, but A site has barely been procced. Smoke comes down B main. Finally, now Blue Water is starting to pressure somewhere else. Spike towards A on Rubble. Jake yet to be discovered. It's a broken buy, though. Bob's the only one with a Vandal. And even then, you better hope you can hold on to it. Bob's the only one with a weapon that can fight Physics. Not anymore.
What an aggressive TP from Jake, but the confidence was clearly there from the very beginning. No hesitation required this round. Jake knows he's him. 11-6 now for YFP. And there was your A take, but debatably at the wrong time.
I mean, it's even hard to call it an A take when Blue Otter didn't get close to A site. They got stuck to
where
Rubble.
Was the take, actually?
It was an avalanche. But here's a small nugget to put in everyone's minds, right? This is the only map in the entire series that Blue Otter has consistent footage on against them. So YFP definitely did their homework to VOD review them. But when it comes to split, a fracture and possibly split, the same can't really be said. Oh, Bob?
Oh.
Does not fall for the decoy, but Penny's still there for that first engagement. He has just been an unstoppable force this game.
Really seems like the options are running thin for Blue Otter at this stage. They have to foot to the floor over to A site with such a fragmented squad. No smokes available, and your only ways out are these makeshift blinds, which is why Shondex is just getting so ridiculously proactive. In the meantime, he'll be the one to hold tree against 2 with this Steel Garden active. He'll place that pressure on and force Jake and Physic to wait for another door swing. Penny now also forced to wait from the drop. Good management so far from the remaining 2, who now have those guns, but the 2 swing is too easy on Shondex. And Zeldris yet again, the weight of the world on his shoulders. He can almost find 2 at the very least, but YFP, another quick shutdown, and now 6 rounds of room here on Lotus.
So many great defensive plays coming out from YFP. They are eagerly waiting for Blue Otter to take these over-aggressive fights in the post plant. If the post plant even happens. It's YFP consistently at every beat of a round winning these gunfights. And again, you'll never believe who's the front runner of taking these first bloods. It's Penny. But it's not just the Penny show. There's a whole dollar available for YFP. Stellar and Thief have been neck and neck with Penny to take these engagements too. This is a stack ready to fight teams like Rankers who prioritize gunfights. And will very well be the final round now. YFP looking to deathball out of B main just to bring us to the next map. Blue Otter decided to go C instead. Oh no, it's destruction.
The aura walk through the hallway. Stellar opens up on the frag, but there's so much more to offer here. Zostal does actually crack through C-side, and so now it's a crunch the other way. Blue Otter have all the pressure in the world and have now taken down the linchpins of YFP's retake game. They just need to get on site, and it's curtains for this 7th round for themselves. So they will. Still a 3v2, and so Dry Swings can do so much. Who has been the best at them so far? Thief is right behind you again. Now he's right in front of you, and the tables have turned one more time for YFP's favor. It may be the last. Zeke spots a shoulder, spots 1 kill in the feed. Now the 1v1. One to start many. Blue Water has their work cut out for them, even if Zeke does it here. But Thief has the space, has the spike, has the confidence. Not the shot, though. Zeke, great off angle to hold on to the round and the game just a little bit longer.
You mentioned it before, but YFP's improvisation in post plants has been fantastic. Be able to dry swing like Thief, shoot directly through smokes and magically land kills. This is something that Thief has been able to do at least once per series so far in Challengers. And it just gets these magical plays that no one can expect. Blue Otter are 5 rounds behind. They don't have great weaponry. Armageddon is available here for YFP. They may be able to do this, but again, if Blue Otter even win this round but lose a lot of bodies, they may be looking at another broken buy.
Driving in that fragility, and Thief has done a whole lot of work early on. Blue Otter could choose to take this on early, and now YFP, they see that as the signal to take over Rubble with that Armageddon. Zeke has been fully zoned away, but Blue Otter, they've done the clearing they need to on C-site, and so the real fight will once again take place here. Smokes are a little too late, and so is the defensive team this time around for what is another 3v4 against this attack. Has the distraction finally been good enough for Blue Otter to make this round look clean? They've got to hold on to so many guns in order to hold on to this game too. And Shondex is already so bloody low. Penny opens himself up this time. Nothing doing on that. Shondex spots the skull. And now it's Jake and Physic who are beyond boxed away. So much at the hands of Blue Otter. This round is nigh impossible. It'll go to 8-12. It'll go a little farther.
Blue Otter aren't giving up C-site anymore in the post plan. Physic won't be able to gain that free space anymore and fight for Mound. Blue Otter realized that they have to be forward-facing through the entirety of a round and can't give up that space. Still re-clearing for the lurks, though, and the flanks against Blue Otter in the post plan hasn't existed yet. Especially with Penny being gone, not gonna happen. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if YFP start toying with the fact that maybe a timeout could be necessary. Both these teams have been really receptive post-timeouts to change up their strats completely, just to see what the enemy team will do. Maybe a good time for a reset strategically.
There is definitely, a little bit of record scratching going on here for YFP, and they need to nip it in the bud. This is the right time to do it. So I mean, the proactivity on A side has been kind of lacking from both sides this half, and I think it does definitely have something to do with the comps of how like Penny's flexibility allows YFP to kind of just infect wherever they want to. So Blue Otter doesn't want to give away too much space on any other site early on. But at the same time, I feel like their A takes could still be so strong with how well Zeldris has been opening this up dry, with how well Zeke has been able to enable from such a distance as well. You could go for so many more off angles here if you're Blue Otter going forward.
Yeah, you could definitely take more off angles, but I feel with the comp of having Raze instead of a Yoru, you do have to put your strategic heart on your sleeves a lot more as Blue Otter. You're not necessarily able to sell fakes or deep lurks as well as you could with YFP's side, and so this does give a disadvantage to the Blue Otter that they have to make presence on the site they want to execute fairly early on. They can rotate, but they're giving up a lot of map space where YFP's attack wouldn't have that same issue. For Blue Otter, it's just them being at the wrong place at the wrong time in these fights and being caught off guard. Thief has been magical in smoke gunfights, and I've already talked enough about Penny. Just a matter of now seeing how A can work out, I agree.
Well, that's where they'll try early on. Baby door's immediately broken by the salvo. That's a thing about this util that I think is just ridiculous. That physics is
Break the
demonstrated.
babies.
Armageddon really early here to make sure that nobody's hiding in the lobby corridor, so Blue Otter can potentially favor the B swing back if they choose to. They're leaning pretty heavy on this tree door, though, and YFP, it seems like they have a pretty wide read to that. Penny has a shotgun, and he's just killed you with it. That's
And now
rough.
he's got dimensional drift. He could have still kept the Bucky with it, but now he's got a Vandal to use to boot. One of two Vandals available, though, so or more rifles, I should say. Don't want to ult just yet, possibly for the post plant. Mini heart attack.
We're having fun with it here, aren't we? All right, there's the Penny ult. We're just going to go for it here. We're stalking Zeldris first. Zeldris will go ahead and nip that early. Nice shot to get rid of that sooner than later. And still Zeldris is good for one more. And Blue Otter, all of a sudden, they had a narrow window to escape over to A site. But Stellar has a narrower position on the one-way to retake that control, as well as the entire round and the game with it. Very quickly silenced is that incredible rally in the final round of Lotus, which YFP have indeed taken away.
YFP have improved so much since the beginning of this scene of Challengers. They are looking fantastic, big scale, small scale, and every scale in between. And on a map that should be Blue Otter's best so far statistically, there was so much for YFP to look over going into this matchup that they knew exactly how Blue Otter wanted to operate from round number 1.
Yeah, their decision-making was second to none, reactionary to Blue Otter. They were able to make reads almost as quickly as Blue Otter's defense was, and it certainly showed when they started getting confident as well, which is what you love to see from the players on this team. So much potential on paper and in practice by this point, and we continue to see it in one of the biggest developing orgs in VCL North America. We'll see what the desk has to say about that map 1 and where we go from there after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
we all really get along like outside of the game as well. Like I think there's no like a lot of teams have like problems with chemistry long term and stuff, and yeah, some people don't mesh personality wise, and that can affect your inside a game. But we don't have that issue at all. Like, I think we all really like each other, and if we were to like qualify for Ascension, like there's probably no one else that we'd rather do it with. I always thought Penny was like a really, really talented player for a long time. Yeah, I'm super thankful that he ended up wanting to team with me and the rest of the people on YFP at the beginning. But I think he's just like he's like a really, really solid teammate. Like there's a lot of duelists who maybe just can focus on themselves and stuff like that. But he has a very team-oriented like mind for how he wants to play the game as a duelist. So that's something I really appreciate about him. He's just incredibly well-rounded, and yeah, I think that's like a big factor on like why things have worked with him for a long time. We really put a focus on having good fundamentals. I think before we maybe played a little bit individualistic, but we had a team talk and just realized the best way for us to take down these other challengers teams is to just do the basics the best.
Well, YFP take a pretty decisive win on Blue Otter's strongest map. I think this probably killed a lot of the Cope fans that the Blue Otter fans may have had for this series. Because wow, what a showing from YFP.
It started off well too, and I think they got both pistols on top of that, but still seeing that same result towards the end definitely shows that YFP, just as Zeldris was just talking, or sorry, not Zeldris, Physic was just mentioning it at that interview before we got back here from the break, was just talking about they wanted to focus more on those fundamentals and not having to overcook with different compositions from like a harbor and whatnot, and then pulling out the standard of this breach Tejo and then giving space for Penny to do what Penny could do. It looked so good here for YFP.
And I think YFP can come into this match with a lot of confidence that not only do they think they could win, they probably know they can win. And you could tell by the way that they were playing, Ash. Like, Jake is teleporting forward and Rebel taking fights and Yoru cloning, walking up from Penny. Like, YFP just, it's like another day at the office.
Yeah, I think it's important for them to start with that confidence, start on that right foot going into this series. To be able to set themselves up for success. I like the look that we've seen from YFP, the fact that even going towards, Fracture as our next map, this idea that YFP are taking this chance on maps that we haven't really seen from them, trying to catch their opponents by surprise, and they had really great reads on what they expected to see out of Blue Otter as well on both sides. I think the retake protocols on defense looked really great, and on attack, they really smothered Blue Otter and didn't really give them a chance to actually look to fight back into a lot of those rounds.
Exactly that, and I think a lot of it came down to what you were mentioning, Ash, at the beginning of this game before we got into Lotus, was the standard, hey, let's just use the Yoru clone to break the wall early here on the C site. And that just allowed for them to have free reign of how they wanted to default around the rotations. Keg was mentioning that it's very difficult for you to rotate from A over to C, but if they're using a lot of that macro to insert players in those ways that they were faking around the sites, then it allowed for them to really get more comfortable, pull out the knife, rotates over because they've already gained that space. So think about that Yorin breach ult fake that they had towards that C site when you already had Thief inserted towards the A side, or the Rumble control and the push that they're currently doing, then Thief immediately engages into middle towards that B site, and they could convert through the baby door back into a B site plant. So there was a lot of good macro plays here that YFP were currently doing in the first place on their attack side. There was at least some attempts here from YFP to try to answer back, because you did see Zolstol play a lot of these judge rounds into these heavy lurk areas, for example, in front B or at the corner here of the entrance of the A site. But that wouldn't be enough here for the rest of what YFP could do with the remaining players that they had around the map and the space that they've gained around that map to be able to convert all these round wins.
And this is quite the duelist matchup, just kind of going back to our conversation between Zeldris and now I'm blanking. We just talked about Penny. There we go. Zeldris and Penny, of course, worth $1 million. Looking at Penny's stats, though, of course, they're going to look fantastic. He's with a team that has been with him for so long, Ash, and Zeldris is just beginning his journey with Blue Otter, and I feel like there's so much more there. But Penny really showed up just out the gates.
Yeah, he did. I do love that you touch on that though, is the fact that, Zeldris is just slotting in, and then Penny has obviously had this time to gel with YFP for quite a while with that core, but he was playing lights out in this game. I think 6-2 as far as those first kills, first deaths. But you also have to give over that credit, obviously, to not only Stellar, but also Jake with some of those paranoias that we saw being thrown out. Just the space that was being able to be created there by Penny. And then you even look towards Physic. I think the Tejo, those salvos, they're really good at clearing out the thorns that are laid down by that Vice, even after that wall gets triggered there by Penny's clone. So I think the synergy, the chemistry with this composition was just sublime.
Yeah, again, I think the composition, if you're pulling out this Teo in this breach and bringing out a Yoru, is probably the best way to want to approach how you want to gain the space off the initiator util. If you're thinking about the past meta, where it was like a breach and a neon, and the breach is going to stun into a site, and then you have a neon stun at the same time, but then you go wall up and take a site, then it allows here for your duelist to not only gain space towards a map, but also stay within the walls and delay long enough for your teammates to come through. You don't have that anymore now that Neon's been slightly nerfed and not used as much. So the ability now to have Yoru to move into these sites around that util, use your own Yoru clone so that you could actually instigate more footsteps, force a shot to blind players, use your own flash to gain the space. And if you're under a heavy attack, you could still TP away. But by that time, the rest of your team already moved forward. That's a great way to scale up for map control here on your attack side. And they've done that quite well. And I think it's a flash of what G2 is doing in the partnership program currently. And it's nice to see that YFP are able to adopt that quite well as well.
Yeah, and to look forward, at least that's what Blue Otter are going to try and do. Forget about what happened map 1 and to really turn up for what's coming up next. It's Fracture, and it is the choice of YFP. And if you look back at how Blue Otter performed on Fracture Ash, it didn't go so well against Winthrop, 13-4. How do you possibly turn this around? Do you conform around Zeldris? Does Zeldris conform to your strat? Like, how does Blue Otter go forward?
I think what's difficult for Blue Water is the fact that we saw them have really great openers to each half, right? The pistol rounds, I feel like there were great protocols there, just really unable to carry on that momentum into a lot of the gun rounds. It's tough because when you look at Lotus, you look at Fracture, it's going to be a completely different approach to these two maps, right? There's a lot of push and pull with Fracture, a lot more proactivity that you can expect. And I think what's difficult for Blue Water is we saw them trying to get like a little bit more proactive, but YFP would also like hold back on a lot of that utility. I'm happier to look to re-clear and try and like play their own game off of some of the pace that Blue Otter was going for. I think that I have a lot of questions as far as maybe what comp is going to go in. I do think at the end of the day, when you look back at Lotus, YFP did genuinely just have, I think, the better composition as far as, especially going up as counter picks up against Blue Water there too.
Yeah, and especially if you're looking at Blue Water, the maps that they played when they were playing on Fracture was actually just like in between going into Challengers or whatnot, right? A lot of it was just trying to figure out like this composition if it worked well, because they weren't really utilizing like this Tejo Breach, if I'm not mistaken. I think they went more into like a standard comp of like this Fade with a Brimstone and a Gagey at that point. So if you're going to try to pull out a little bit of this Breach tail on your side, which we've already seen here that they're comfortable in doing, then it could actually leverage you a little bit more aggression. And that's also without thinking of the roster changes that came through from the last time they played until now, right? Bob was at the tip of the spear trying to do a lot of that, which he did quite well in GC NA just last weekend. But now you're going to give that to Zeldris. And he looked pretty comfortable on the duelist role as well. So I think this is still going to be a great opportunity for them after getting those reps in that weekend of trying that comp, maybe seeing that it doesn't stick to the best of their abilities, that they could still switch up to something new.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of wiggle room for Blue Water if things don't happen well here, Ash.
Yeah.
No, for sure. I think that, Vance hit the nail on the head. It was looking a little bit stale with the composition that we saw them playing in the HyperX qualifiers with. And with Bob back onto the initiator now, she's looked really good on that Tejo. I'm expecting those comp changes to come in. It will be the case here for the side of Blue Water. And I feel like when you look at these comps, mirror comps on both sides, that 1-2 punch with the Tejo and the Breach is one of the most powerful combinations on Fracture that we've seen with the meta developing across both VCT and BCL leagues. And I think that you look towards just how much space you're able to clear on those sites. Because you look at Fracture, and those sites are actually quite small. You're able to push defenders off really nicely.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it on the other end, I'm going to have to keep an eye out on both Bob and Physic. Because of the mirror composition you're seeing, you actually just mentioned a 1-2 punch. There's going to be a lot of crunches potentially from both of these teams, or north side and south side crunches on the defense, especially when you don't have opportunities to scan in this comp. So you're just trying to break quadrants as soon as possible and as fast as possible at that moment. So your Teo is going to be very important for the stall with the concuss that you have, or also your raises are going to be super important on the defense with the operator, because you have opportunities to even get a fourth sight before you actually get stunned out and before you get pushed up from your spot.
Well, Blue Otter didn't have a great first half off of defense, but we'll see if this is the composition. Is this the map they could surprise YFP on, with not really knowing what YFP have done on Fracture for quite a while? But will this be the end of Blue Otter or not? Let's find out. Let's go check in with Keg and Tenric.
Well, Tenrek, I hope you're a fan of cereal, a good cereal enjoyer, because we're going to have a lot of crunches come through from both of these teams on Fracture. That's just the name of the game now. Have that Breach Tejo combo, be able to suffice, get rid of every bit of space you possibly can for these defenders. And realistically, the game plan stays the same as Lotus. Retake, retake, and retake.
100% agreed. I don't think any of these players or either of these teams really need to stray from the play action that they were going to walk into this beforehand with. Post map 1, we walk into this and act like it's map 1. Particularly, that is a necessity for Blue Otter trying to hold on to this winning record against, once again, what many consider to be the toughest test in some time. Quick openings from both ends, but the biggest one is from Arcade as YFP will trollops through, smoked away, but not in the tower. Physic's going to get extra proactive here, but the Molly is going to be able to box him out. So a hunting we will go over to Dish, where the most of the Vice util lies. Save for the Vice. Thief is hanging around.
But look at Thief. This very small and yet mighty lurk through the underbelly of B. All the while, YP fakes the utility, goes to site, does not clear out Sean Dex at all. Spike does not need to be dedicated just yet. But the walls are closing in on YFP for this pistol. But timing is a blessing in disguise.
Wow.
All the Blue Otter were just about to re-engage on the Spike holder, but because of that lurk from Thief, they re-rotate back over to B site. And luckily oh my. No! Unbelievable. Oh, what? Well, that's revenge for Thief getting that smoke kill last map.
Unreal reaction time from Zeldris there. And certainly a sigh of relief coming from him. Thank God I'm not on the third page of Reddit today. YFP trying to cut deep from spawn this time. CT, I should clarify, but Blue Otter still have quite the strong crunch after being able to play preventative. Physic, too many directions to look. Blue Otter will take the pistol.
Yeah, this is going to be such an interesting map to watch YFP, because it's going to sound like a broken record, right? But they like to fake their executes. You have 4 different lanes on this map to do that. And YFP have so much room that they can play around with once they have rifles that Blue Otter could easily be going in circles, re-clearing things that have no value to them on these defensive rounds. But Thief's distance making into this first pistol is a very big indicator of what YFP's overall game plan should be. Just gobble up this space and make sure Blue Otter are never feeling safe in any position.
Everybody and everything needs to feel like a danger zone. As YFP once again walks into RK, this time it's Penny's util that finds the first prowess. Physic, now less deterred with his drone, is gonna let Penny do a lot of the talking to open up the site itself, but still a little scatter shot is the remainder of this team, and the Spike has been left unattended after Stellar has been dealt with. Zosel attempting to reopen. Nice high-low that Physic attempts to maintain, but still walks away with the frag. Blue Otter, still fragmented, has to hand the site over at the very least, but the Molly doesn't flush Jake out just yet. And now Thief can set up to get him out of the way too. Free peek off of the flash. No, he'll just walk it down. And so Blue Otter decide to do the same. Swinging off of this fault line. That's the only opportunity you'll get. Bobsta in on the snipe. That's one gone, and now it's committal for Blue Otter on this retake. Jake still kept in the pocket, and so Thief can take center stage in the 1v2 with Bob holding on to that Marshall, but Thief holding on to the wrong sight line. A do-si-do that's wasting far too much time. Bob still finds the shot, but Jake is still ready and waiting. And all he has to do is walk into this. YFP take away the second round.
Oh, the analysts are going to have a field day with this one. YFP, again, they lost their pistol, but they chose to go international with their strat, and they bought up nothing but light shields and stingers all throughout and ran it down B. The plan came through. A lot of value suddenly added to this round to anti-eco away from Blue Otter and get rid of their guns too. Not only did YFP end up winning this round, they got rid of all the buy-up guns that Blue Otter had employed, and which would normally now be their bonus buy. Only a single full auto rifle exists, and that's to the hands of Zeldris. YFP once more having a field day with their starting positions of this game.
And even here, so much intel gained by Thief by just standing on that north T. They're able to start clearing out the hallways of both of the south sides so much more quickly. Penny, good amount of space cleared here on the B steps. Zeke is going to be forced to wait here forever as the rest of Blue Otter prepares to condense on their one and done bonus.
Talk about that re-clearing. Zeldris so far away from the fight, now suddenly appearing outside of sand. That's one gone, Bob. A Guardian in play. That's the last person you want to give it to if you're YFP. That's two for Bob. To remove away again, YFP. The manipulation of the economy should be in their favor, but no.
Weapon here.
There's a stock market crash on Fracture. And with 3 left alive for Blue, that Guardian is now lost. Zeldris, the only rifle bearer, still re-clearing satellite, not fully sure where the remains of YFP are.
All missiles away.
No reason not to leave for either side just yet. YFP will full send it onto the site. Zeldris preventative util. The paint shells do some chip to Physic and leave Penny abandoned. Rest of Blue Otter tries to take on the fight, but Penny's got the pot shots going, and the aftershock doesn't fully box him out. That's one gone. That's two. Penny continues to dominate. Zeldris continues to counter. One gone, and off of the paint shells and Showstopper, he'll be forced to swing and even drop. Penny is good for 3 again to give YFP the lead.
A pendulum swing in seconds. It looked like it should have been a dominant YFP round. Suddenly, Bob gets a double, and now Blue Otter have all the chips on their side. But Penny has been that difference maker again since the beginning of map 1 now. It's a 3K to clear out the entirety of A site itself. Blue Otter, they do have full rifles with them this time. 10 rec, the ult economy looking pretty well in their favor as 2. No early smokes. No anti-B push-up. Oh, but there is one. But it's not going to stop YFP whatsoever. They do adhere for the smokes, but Penny has an alternate angle. Does allow maybe to go to the underside of B, and Thief is up above an arcade waiting for the aggressive push-up. Nobody's going for orb control on either side. It's about silence and preparing to strike all at once to overwhelm the defenders.
Still waiting for that magical moment. Reading that Shondex is waiting in this tower, and YFP will get around it early. And Blue Otter cannot circumvent a takeover of B site. It's quick, it's painless. And so they'll have more than enough time to get this down. Armageddon launched early. Bob, perfect placement of the salvos to continue chasing down Stellar until he's weathered away inside that vent. But now, the salvo's right back to force out to Canteen and give YFP that site right back. Such is the nature of the mirror comp, such is the nature of the double Tejo. Stellar finally dealt with. This time it's the aftershock that is able to not just space him out, but take away his life.
A noble sacrifice.
Continues to tick, indeed. As YFP can now just re-crunch this way more safely. They've been able to go blow for blow, toe-to-toe on the util, and from here, they just need to do the same on the frags. But they can't! If Zeke gets an ace off of the micro swings! An unreal swing of the pendulum yet again to give us a tie game.
Holy crap, Zeke. Oh my. We gotta see a replay of that. It looked like for sure at first it was a collapse, but then he just re-swings again. Yeah, give Zeke a moment. Yeah, there you go. That's the face of a champion. One ace from Zeke. Yeah, honestly.
We'll have to see that again. How much of that went through too, and how much of that was him just doubling back? knows too. That's insane.
Does he even spot Jake on the... Okay, no, he does
Yeah, he
see it
does.
very briefly before he engages with that collab. Wow.
Unbelievable bravery, though, to have to just duck back out as well. Just no brain, all aim.
But look, remember, the desk was talking about how, you know, confidence is really big for both of these teams, and having an ace go up against you, yeah, you won map number 1, but an ace is an ace, man. That is demoralizing.
Away.
YFP, though, they gotta keep their head on their shoulders. Once again, we're seeing the crunch from YFP's side be more B-main facing than it is arcade. Flash is available for anti-orb. All of Blue Otter's defense now assured that this should be an arcade take. It is not.
Right there.
They're more prepared to unload on the Vice Util itself, deal with Shondex early like they have been. It seems like an effective playbook, and indeed, the Flood is more than effective enough. Jake happy to take a back seat for the post plant anyway, especially if YFP can deal with this as heartily as they are. Getting up close and personal with these smokes this time to get this cycle going nice and early. This should be already done here, but we'll see if Blue Otter is able to make a statement, get a gap. They are able to molly on top of the smoke, so they'll force a little bit of util flushing from these heavier users on the post-plant steps. Perhaps a late spike take is in their future if they're able to find the right angle on the tower. But we're just so spread thin here as YFP. So many ways to just cut you loose. So still nice jump on the judge, though. Fun way to get one, as Blue Otter will attempt to make their slice in. Bob good for 1-2. Impressive damage done, but still the round going to the attackers.
Hey, we talked about confidence, right? You get aced up against on B, you swing right back even faster the next round and win it, forcing most of Blue Otter to save. And, you know, still like it's a consolation prize. Blue Otter are in timeout territory now. Their economy is in shambles. It's all over the place with one singular Vandal being brought out and a litany of sheriffs. The ults could be huge here to leverage those odds, but they have to be timed perfectly. It's really Blue Otter not having a pulse of what to expect in the first 30 or so seconds. Even YFP having only B-sided control, have the protocols in place to watch out for an aggressive A flank in the post plant, because that's what a lot of teams in partnership will do. They'll take that aggressive A space, they'll fight for it and go for the flank in post plant if A is not procced. This time it's a switch up though for Satellite. Vice Util stacked up top of Satellite side. A stack up from Blue Otter on B side, waiting the death ball on the sign of any contact. But it's Penny. Toss with the double blast pack and take a lot of extra space through sight. And yet nobody's there. It's a retake call from Blue Otter.
Yeah, Shondex opting to get off. No Kevin McAllister this round. YFP will read that nice and early, and so they will not unload nearly as much util as they normally do on the takeover. Now a Rolling Thunder on top of a Steel Guard in both sides. Very worse for wear, but Zeldris' paint shells do find that connection. And ultimately, Blue Otter still have the space making for the site itself, which Zeke will use a Rolling Thunder to get onto that. Penny pressured, still not down though, and YFP can go for the recrunch a little early here. Zeldris at least able to take care of that, but YFP, they still got the sidelines. Thief for 2, and now Jake with that ultimate to waste even more time. This is the real strength of that YFP comp. Into the molly, into the salvos. Is there even enough time, even if you deal with these? Certainly not. Armageddon for good measure, and YFP take away the round yet again.
Does this mean that Kevin McAllister lost?
Yeah, those two bandits got him for sure.
Ah, Joe Pesci.
That's why they got a new one for the third movie.
Oh, you're right. They did
'Cause he
replace that
died.
kid. Oh. They didn't even use the other Culkin.
Oh yeah, they totally could have done that too.
But they didn't.
They
Instead, Joe Pesci got like set on fire in the first movie. But
and Kieran
anyways,
Culkin never had a good career ever again.
that's not true. Didn't he just win an award like last week?
Several.
Yeah, I think he just got a BAFTA. Anyways,
so.
though, YFP have now doubled the rounds over Blue Otter yet again. It has been a struggle for Blue Otter to find their place on site in the retakes. They've been great about the micro fights, but YFP have had proper positioning, spacing, and most importantly, really regimented practice in how they want to protocol out these post plans.
Grenade is live.
Again, an A take. Physic, now this time, usually Thief is the one watching out for Arcade, but Blue Otter are opting not to take any aggressive space. You're going to try to stack up B, and if that doesn't work, you're going to retake A yet again. And I'm going to be honest with you, Tenrek, I'm nervous. This hasn't worked at all for them.
Yeah, no, this doesn't look too clean from Blue Otter, unfortunately. The A retake just doesn't look as strong as how they're forming themselves makes it out to be. But a good amount of zoning out from Physic done to make sure that that north side T-spawn made it so Blue Otter, they had to kind of choose where they can control. And now Penny able to confidently take these long sights. Bob still will nip it in the bud, but 33 health points to go, and the spike has already been planted. Jake continuing to hold his own on site, and the spacing is still insane. Zeke, wrap around the dish, only gets the one. Thief turns it back around, and yet again, these crazy peaks from behind are just not getting all the connection that they could be, and it's keeping these rounds as close as humanly possible. A collective 37 health among the remaining members of YFP, but the beauty of Fracture, they are so bloody far away from this spike, and Zeldris has to do all of the work himself, clearing out every wall, cage, floor, corner, door, everything. There's one off the drop. Jake on two, but is there time? Guess. 5-2 YFP, the attack remains at large.
The gears are turning in the Blue Otter minds. Yes, the retakes have looked a little shaky, but being able to take that more fluid space, the satellite retake, pushing up against the Vice all inside of spawn, it's something. It's the next step in the right direction. Now, it's worth noting, too, that Ash mentioned the HyperX qualifiers, that we have seen Blue Otter play on Fracture In. They haven't played it in VCL yet. They did beat Ambrosia 14-12 on that map in the qualifiers, but they also lost to Winthrop 4-13. Now, those sound like two very different score lines, but there is one very scary commonality. One, they didn't have Zeldris, so there's two commonalities. The second is that Blue Otter found zero impact on their attacking rounds. They won off the brunt of their defense. And this defense is not looking up to par against YFP's attack.
I'm just not seeing the right spending here from Blue Otter when it comes to people you're willing to let go of on a site so that you're at least able to fight with like a little bit more like space making, like closer to your mid round. It just feels so separated. Like I just Blue Otter, it just feels a little bit too slow in getting back here, and I understand that like you have to make sure that you've cleared out everything else. And I mean, Zeldris did a beautiful job right here, but the fact is you have to play just a little bit preventative at this stage, like we saw Bob do so beautifully earlier in this game, and they just haven't been able to replicate that as well.
Well, this is how you have to do it, though. Breach Tejo meta, you have a raise, very little info gathering. You find info with your eyes, man. You find info with your guns. And they're able to remove at least Jakey, so smokes are off the table for YFP, but a Breach Tejo meta, I mean, yes, you should have smokes, but you have stuns and flashes. And there's no flashes at all now except for Shondex's.
Yeah, Zeldris is so alone on this site, and only now is Zostal able to get back to him. Is this gonna... Okay, no, wow. Barely avoids those shells. 41 health points remaining. Still has a showstopper, but Penny has found him out, so he's got to use it before the kill instead of after. That's Thief gone and Physic very low. But Penny finally able to take back on the Ditto, and that is the space once again made. Penny, extra for good measure, 3v1. And yet again, like you said, they did do the thing this time, but sans flashes, they can't come back in for the second part of what they have to do.
Yeah, this is not a pacifist run now for YFP. They're looking for a lot of impact early on. It was a great early... Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. It was a great early read for Blue Otter, too. At the start of the round, they called that YFP would not go for their usual B-take strat off the timeout and attempt to do something different. And it was great contact plays off of Blue Otter, but Jakey was the only life of YFP lost. Blue Otter lost two critical players. And through that all whittled away as YFP approached the site, it was Zeldris fighting for his life in essentially a 1v4. And even that wasn't enough.
So much power wielded here by YFP's piercing attack. And as long as Penny stays open, I mean, he's the one who's been finding the most util out of this YFP squad, like you said, just by walking into it and seeing what you can find. Hey, guys, I found Zeke. He's dead now. Hey, guys, I found Bob. She's at 4 HP. Let's go. Clear comms, clear comms. Now we're on, and yet again, Blue playing preventatively on the site. And yet again, Penny reopens us. Zeldris, yet again alone. We have read this story before, chat, and it doesn't end pretty. YFP continue to sweep, and this time it's against the save. This time it's against a Blue Otter that are stacked enough to be prepared for the remainder of this half, but it is 7-2.
I mean, surely now you put Vice Util A main, right? Not Satellite, right? And then you 4-stack B?
I don't know. You might put your Vice Util back B and then 3-stack A. I don't know if they stop
did
doing
that last round.
I don't know if they stop. I don't know if they can stop doing that, because then they could just swing back to B steps and just take that, because I mean they took that with more confidence than this. This is their plan B at this stage.
It's such a cop-out for us on the mic to be like, I just win gunfights. But like, it's Fracture, man. You kind of have to in the first 10 seconds. Okay, surely now you win this first gunfight on B. Penny entries hard with the showstopper. There is just overstimulating amounts of lights and colors everywhere. It is a kaleidoscope nightmare. But Penny survives the nightmare and has full sight control.
Paint shells yet again for the flush, but like you said, that one take was so much. Blue Otter will now unload, but they're in front of the problem, and so YFP, they'll become even more of one. An orbital strike to deal back into the spawn choke, and so Blue Otter are still even Stevens on the swing back. Jake getting confident as well, and YFP continue to have more star plays at more key times, and that leads them to the rounds. This fast take, the Vice Util continue to play a role, but YFP continue to be a thorn in the side, and they are holding on to this with an iron fist. Another swing from Jake, another kill from Jake. We go onward, further and further into this YFP-controlled abyss. And we ain't even in abyss. 2-0 very much on the horizon, even if this attack just continues to be as clean as it is.
I mean, YFP have not shown weakness at all so far this map. Blue Otter, they looked great. They won pistol. I believe every pistol we've seen so far, every half of this series. But that's about it. You put rifles or anything relating to pistols in the hands of YFP, and it's just a different story. Remember, this map started with Blue Otter winning pistol, then losing the Stinger buy-up from YFP afterwards, and just Blue Otter's economy still has not recovered from that, and we're at round 11.
Yeah, it's been
Guardian City.
It's been such a crawl here from Blue Otter to try to make some headway, but we've just gotten away, scraped too much off the top every single time into YFP. Huge attempt from Penny here, and he'll still find one, but Zeldris will take care of it a little earlier here than normal. Armageddon right on top. Interesting way to try to clear.
These unbelievable macro reads against Blue Otter, knowing the fake exec against A side to draw away rotations, bringing everyone on YFP over towards B side. The spike goes down. Shondex is good for 2. Suddenly things are open more up. Steel Garden's available. Zostal wakes up. And now it's just down to Physic at a 1v3.
One moment of tunnel vision is all Blue Otter needs to reopen the door, and now they'll have some guns to spare along with a round on the board. Round 12 will finally have them on equal footing, a place that they were so desperately trying to claw to this whole half.
And
well played.
This was a round of over-engineering from YFP's end. Every single round that they have won on their attack was a straight execute. The one round where they do YFP things and send out a very aggressive Penny with a bunch of utility to sell and execute and double back over towards the other site was the round that they ended up losing. So surely this final round of the attack to the YFP playbook has to be a straight shot A.
It must be. It must be the simplest of attacks here for YFP.
And there's that Vice Util.
Skill dip. Still right in front of him. Will the Razor Vines get procced, or will Penny get ahead of it? It's been about a 50-50 split so far, and it'll be preventative from Blue Otter. YFP will take heed and hang out outside of spawn, getting rid of that second Razor Vine too, nice and early, getting in front of it. The entire stack of Blue Otter is now here to meet this at the moment. Will YFP
Hidden in
choose to
smoke.
fight it? Penny's inside and is lurking hard, is taking all this space. Blue Otter assuming that's exactly where they're headed. And we'll just hit everywhere else. Rolling Thunder both ways, and now a Steel Guard in Blue Otter, again, completely outside of it. Everyone is on drop, but YFP has done all the clearing. They should be aware of this, and so one Razor Vine will stop so much of this drop from occurring. YFP, all the freedom in the world to relocate. And Blue Otter, all they can do is just try to clear with all of this wanton space that was already YFP's to begin with. It all falls apart, except from on high, where Zeke is able to still crack open two. Still, though, this is not the fight that matters. What matters is actually getting on the site, and that is something that Blue Otter will appear to continue to be incapable of on the retake. It'll be a 9-3 half going into the swap in favor of YFP.
Blue Otter just needed some way of having an early clear against YFP. An early stealth drone could have solved a lot of those issues. The aggressive peek up was great, but that only solved 1/4 of the equation. A lot of times it was these big aggro plays, the theatrics meant to no audience. YFP, they just took sight for free over and over. But remember, this is a mirrored comp. The mistakes that Blue Otter made on their defense is something that YFP could do as well. They had the same utility limitations in info gathering. But YFP's also been, surprisingly, in this series, much more looking forward, I suppose, looking for these early fights. It's been Blue Otter shying away from them.
So will YFP remain as hungry as they were? Looks like they're going to take the A hallway on this pistol round. The drone will be heard early, and so Bob is going to try to zone out with the salvo and hide from this until it's done. Giving away that space. Penny remaining respectful as the 3-stack continues to encapsulate. Physic enters correctly, and the first threat of Blue Otter is gone, but the rest have rotated around the other side and have taken over the A site.
Flash out.
Is Zostal going to get all the way in front of this? That would be...
This is really aggressive from Blue Otter.
3 still outside this door. Blue Otter have to be relatively aware of the stack, right?
Surely. Yeah, they have to be. Now, certainly the door is open. Now it's a 1v3. You need to be aware. A collapse is brought out at the proper time. Jakey, good for 2. 1 left at Zeke. Coordination has just been sublime from YFP's end.
Yeah.
This is... You go back and watch the M80 match and you compare it to this, it's a completely different team.
Tremendous prioritization of which chokes to check first. And the skill difference that shows up when they actually connect onto those clears continues to shine through. Jake in particular, this game so far has had those moments quite a bit, like you said, of being able to just confidently swing open those aggressive choices that Blue Otter is making and just close them right back up, turning all that space into nothing. Another pistol taken up, potential 11-3 in the cards here as YFP will load up. Penny and Jake have got some rifles in their hands.
Crunch brought out by Blue Otter. Very normal for a fracture takedown in 2025. Call made by YFP, something we didn't see much from Blue Otter. Pushing up and flanking out of the A, aggress early, something that YFP was looking for on their own attacks. Thief is out now, a judge in play, still with Heaven control. Oh, this Guardian Angel.
Yet again, much more value than what Blue Otter may have been willing to bargain for. And yet, remaining frugal when having to take things on. Stellar still has both of his blinds. Exiting this.
Flash at all.
I'm like, YFP have been so incredible at retaining weight, despite the fact that they are still taking fights so advantageously. It feels like this is almost effortless for them at this point. This is so much confidence, so much competence as well, and all these players. I mean, you see in particular, I have to shout out Jake and Physic for spotting so many moments in which you can see them, you literally see them want to go a little farther and start using their util, and then they recognize that lack of motion from Blue Otter and they will double back. I have never seen such visible respect for the other side and themselves from a player in BCL before, and I have never seen so much confidence from Penny, but he just gets better and better as this season goes on. There's another one from the boy.
Big stealth drone early on led into a fight. Blue Otter recognizing the util, double back around to try to take the fight. Smokes are now gone, and Penny just doing penny things. This economy for Blue Otter once again. It's looking like my bank account, dude. It is not. It's not pretty. It's sheriff worthy.
And we'll be able to just hold on to this spike.
Enemy remaining.
This will be pretty cut and dry on top of the pistols. So Blue Otter, it is now a 9-round gap that they have to make up here on map number 2. And it will once again be with an economy that is still relatively broken. We will be able to claw our way to some rifles, but the armor will be lacking severely, as is the ult pool on both sides, to be fair. So YFP still have to not be big spenders if they decide to remain aggressive, but Blue Otter can walk into this fight with a whole lot more confidence.
I mean, YFP, they could even just lack on weaponry if they want to, and nah, they're just gonna go for Judge City, Rifle Town, and for Blue Otter, they don't have much of a choice than overbuy. Already, YFP losing some spacing with Teho Yuto. The goal this time is to fake presence on B site, wait for the push-up, but Shondex caught off guard, the flash never used. Reset and re-hit for YFP as a defense team, employing attacker strats. Re-clear with the stealth drone. And if this spots out the attackers, and I think it does, just seals the fate of Blue Otter this series.
Now YFP can get even greedier on other fronts. And he's gonna let the showstopper go even. Zeke forced a blind on the run back, and so it'll just be a re-clear of the A hall here with that Raze ultimate as Blue Otter scurry on back to the B crunch that they're still not super confident in because of all this util that Thief is holding on to. He'll step inside the smoke and yet again get a kill on this shotgun. Sprayed down to almost a crisp, and still Blue Otter failed to fully crack open the door. Great patience from Zeke to find one in the aftershock. Thief is just gonna walk past it to find that next kill.
30 seconds
Bobs
left.
just stands alone, and coordination continues to be the biggest seller for YFP. Biggest part of Challengers really has been who can enable who, and in the big stars of the biggest teams, you'll see these duos and trios that are just about any and everywhere, so universal. Oh, look at that. Redux is getting opened up by T-Dog. Oh, look at that. Seven and Sim are walking into a site together. The beautiful thing about YFP is that anybody can open up anybody. Penny can bring in Stellar. Stellar can bring in Stellar. You can have anybody substitute for any entry role for this squad, and it has led to such flexibility in their aggression across these two maps. What a great series by them.
I really thought for sure that YFP and Blue Otter could go toe-to-toe against each other, having very similar play styles in terms of how they play with each other and against different teams, but between the last few matches that we've seen from YFP to now, this team is seriously elevated in their fundamental game as players. And it does bring me to an interesting question, Mr. Tenrak.
Yeah.
There is another team that has been undefeated in Challengers who also excels in these wild and brazen gunfights. Could YFP be the ones that do it? I'm all smiles. They could be too if they beat rankers.
That will be in the far future, certainly. That is in the playoffs conversation. But YFP with this win have gotten far closer to it. Only one away from making that top 8. Meanwhile, Blue Otter, they are back to an even record. They will head back to the middle of the Swiss in the following round. We'll get a chance to chat about all of that and segue very cleanly into our second match of the day with the desk after this short break.
I'd say it's a little bit different. It's a different aspect. It's like picking up any new player, different personalities, different backgrounds, like different amounts of experience. So I'd say it's a challenge in its own aspect, especially like with Timotino. He's less experienced, hasn't played Challengers before, but he's like proven me a lot. He's made me proud. So I'd say just like teaching them what our system is, because every team has different systems. It's like, what is the system for core? So that's like been the biggest thing. We've been like preaching that, like, yo, we do things like this way here. Like maybe you did it on this team, but like this is how we do it here. Like we're gonna do stuff like this, right? So just teaching them like our way, like the core way. I guess like consistency is like a big one, I'd say. And that's still a big challenge for every single team, including this one. We're still trying to find like our footing, our consistency. But I would just say like the mood's always high. No matter what, we lose a couple rounds and it's like, all right, whatever, like next round mentality. We like to have that like short-term memory loss. Like, who cares? We get 1v5 next round, doesn't matter. We get, I don't know, something happens, op collateral and a clutch. Like, it doesn't matter. We're always going to the next round. We're always in high spirits, and we just try to focus on winning that next round. I would say consistent improvement. We're gonna work hard every single day, day in, day out. We had our first match already. We won map 1. We ended up getting reverse sweeped. Tough loss, but there's so much to learn from these matches, right? You can learn a lot from scrims, but match reps are like so much different. And you just learn so much more, like how people react to certain situations. So I'd say throughout every single match this season, you're going to see improvement. And we are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. So maybe week 1, maybe week 2 won't look so good, but by the end of the season, like, we'll look good. We're like low experience as a team. We just started practicing like a few weeks ago as a 5, compared to some other teams who've been together for months, potentially even like last season. So we're still working together. We're still trying to find our footing, but just consistent improvement.
Ah, 13-3. That is no joke on Fracture. I mean, we already knew this was not going to look good when Blue Otter have struggled on this map previously, but we had posed the question, will YFP belong in the top of the standings, Vans? That trend continues to be true.
And it definitely did. But I do have to commend at least for Blue Water to try to come out with that standard composition and know the strengths of what they could bring out with this composition. The only thing is, just as the casters mentioned before here with Tenric and Keg, they had such a hard time getting their money going on their side of the defense that other winning condition that I was mentioning before, where you could have Zeldris or Bob on the operator and do a lot of good things, it did not happen, unfortunately, because they were forced playing Guardians, they were forced on half-buys, they were just not having a good time, the best time of their lives, rather, on the map pick that they could potentially even upset against YFP, but it's just YFP being so good, controlling the macro from beginning to the end.
And Ash, just tells me a lot that we haven't seen Fracture from YFP in quite a long time, and for them to still excel tells me that their map pool is more flexible than we think. They have a lot of strengths.
And I think it's a good time to be able to pull that out. Again, right? I was talking about it a little bit earlier before we even headed into Fracture. The fact that we were going into 2 maps back-to-back in Lotus and Fracture where we hadn't seen YFP play within the recent meta. It gives that element of surprise. Will they lean into more of like that meta style? What were they cooking in those scrims? And everything's looking pretty good as far as that macro. I think there were some sloppier rounds with utility timing, I think, for both squads. But overall, YFP had a great macro approach. Their post plants were absolutely insane. Back-to-back on Lotus and on Fracture. I really like the ebb and flow, and it was really important for this last map, I think, to be a dominant win for them to cement that they belong within the top echelon.
100%. I think week number 4 is a perfect time for them to show their hand, where week number 1, again, you're trying to overcook things and it didn't work out into your favor. And then week number 2, you're going into the meta picks of this chamber. Sorry, not the chamber, but the Breach and Tejo. And then going to week number 3 and 4, you're also changing your map pool. So yes, you are showing a little bit more once going into playoffs to show a little bit more tape, but this is a great opportunity to show those hands now, because you're at least trying to qualify in the first place. And for them to do this in this fashion on 2 maps that they haven't shown here on the side of YFP, it shows how much they respected Blue Water and what they could bring against YFP. So I like that, at least from the call here from Physic, from YFP's side, and from Mac, as well as their recent coach that's joined in from that week number 2. So I like it. It's just now, how are they going to continue that? Hopefully, first place to qualify, but then also refresh that strat book going to the playoff.
For sure. And we're going to have an interview with someone from YFP very soon. So stay tuned so we can talk all about that coach. And so important. I was under a rock. This happened just a week ago. And look how YFP are still swinging for the fences and double digits in the first kills, Ash, just to be able to start off your round on a good foot. And for Penny to stay consistent from map to map is boons really well for YFP and their future to try and threaten better teams.
No, that is for sure. I think it's been really huge for Penny to has great setup coming out from both Physic and also a Stellar on
Stellar, yeah.
Fracture here to be able to
Yeah.
actually find a lot of those first bloods, finds those openings, the 7 that he was able to total. And it was difficult for Zeldris to kind of keep up with Penny in that regard, getting shut down a little bit more frequently, but not even necessarily just like shut down. I think not even getting really the chance to get started because of how quick Penny was able to find those openers
Exactly.
round for round. And it's just a really nice showing. I'm hoping to see YFP continue forward with that kind of momentum.
Yeah, Penny went 7-1 in first bloods and first death on that map of Fracture, and it shows here how again he's become like a Swiss Army knife in terms of the agent pool, because not only is he playing duelist, but he's also playing chamber in that fashion, but also seeing a map here like Fracture where a raise could be very good. I know some teams are still running a Yoru on this map from time to time, which has its pros and cons, but being able to have that raise to be explosive on the satchels, to gain that space on the top of like the satchels, as you saw towards Sands when you're trying to move very quickly on like a breach fault line, it shows how much Penny has grown into being very comfortable on all of these agents that now exist in the player pool in a game like Valorant. So this is very, very nice to see how Penny has become such a complete player now for a roster like YFP.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, to be so good on the Yoru and then the Raze and how interchangeable and on all these different maps, you have a new coach. Like, this is YFP like demanding that crown, the one that they wish they had against Rankers, and that's the only team that is still undefeated. But YFP still need to get one more win before they get to playoffs. And with a showing like this, Ash, I think it's pretty obvious that they should get it. It all depends on their opponent, but at least Rankers is out of the way.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Yeah, very valid in that regard. And the fact that we also have seen them kind of warm up, I think, into the season there as well. The fact that the chemistry, I think, has been starting to come together a little bit more for this YFP squad. Didn't necessarily look the most composed earlier on, but again, it was a very close matchup that they did have up against Rankers, and I'm really liking the stuff that we're seeing from them. I would like to see some adjustments, I think, with maybe some of the comms or the timing of that utility, just so it can be a little bit cleaner, but this is a great start.
Well, speaking of clean, I know, Ash, you were really impressed with what YFP did in round 12. So bring us through that one, because you said these sites get small, the post plants are strong for YFP, and how they work together is where they shine.
I think that in this round, what was really nice was just the push and pull that we saw from there, right? They take advantage of the fact that they take that CT spawn. They understand that Blue Otter are mostly retaking from drop at this point. You see the vines going out, you see the mollies going down, and just the continuous delay. And there's a reason why these post plants have been so strong on the side of YFP. They're not giving any room for Blue Otter to breathe on those retakes. And that was the story that was carried over even from our first map.
YFP just showed us how much stronger they get week after week, map after map, and I'm gonna go and interview one of the superstars from that team. So I'm gonna dismiss our analysts for now and get someone new all up in here. So everyone say hello to our initiator extraordinaire, Physic. Hello. It is dark in there, but I know your mind is bright. How do you feel after today? That was quite the win.
Yeah, feeling great. Happy to win. Happy to win with the boys. 2-0, clean.
Yeah, that was really clean. How did you approach this series? Because there were no slip-ups, it really felt like, especially that 13-3 at the end. How did y'all approach it?
I mean, in terms of approach, we didn't really do any extra prep or anything like that. I think we just focused really on this past week, just having like good practice and like translating that over into the match. We didn't do anything like too extensive in terms of prep. Just, played practice very cleanly, played in the match very clean, and that was it.
And was there any concern around Zeldris joining Blue Otter, or just another day at the office? Doesn't matter who's on the other side for you.
Just another day at the office. Doesn't really matter.
And I know the casters, everybody is very curious about the communication system because we know that you've been IGL for a long time for YFP, but there's a lot of yappers on your team. So tell us how that role is being shared.
Well, now actually, Stellar's doing like a lot of the main like early round calling, like off barrier, and I think we do have a lot of local players on the team, so they obviously pitch in. But he's done a lot for the calling, and he's like the main IGL now. So I just try to fill in the blanks and like help a lot, mainly on like the later parts of the round, like post plant, coordinating things like that. But yeah.
It's cool to just get different perspectives in and, for y'all to just keep excelling. And now I heard that you got a new coach, just like 10 days ago with Max settling in. So what's been his or your team's long-term plan to try and take the crown this stage?
Matt came in like I think less, like maybe like six days ago, something like that.
Yeah.
But he honestly made like a huge impact, like almost instantly, within the first day that we started playing with him. Like I think he kind of got us all on the same page, and we didn't really need anything crazy in terms of like a coach bringing something in, but he just he got us all to click, and he got us to do a lot of the fundamental things that we had just like stopped doing over time. So he's been like a huge help, and I think a big reason as to why we're looking so good after our loss versus M80. So yeah, I think just going forward, I mentioned it a bit in the prior interviews, but we've been focusing really hard on fundamentals. I know it's cliche and it's like very simple and basic, but the basic things will get you a long way. So I think that's like our philosophy going forward in terms of how we're going to win challengers.
No, for sure. I know I hear a lot of the coach preaching about the fundies and how everyone's forgetting about that, but you guys are one win away from getting into playoffs. Wishing you the best of luck, and thank you for the interview. All right, that was Physic from YFP ending off that last map 13-3. Holy cow, YFP could try to threaten that crown. Are we going to get that Rankers versus YFP playoff grand final again? Well, that is down the road. Let's focus on our next match coming up. We have Shopify Rebellion Gold versus Hakiki Mori, and that's an elimination match, meaning the loser will be out of Challengers. So you'll want to stay tuned for that. We'll see you after this. Hope you guys didn't go anywhere. That was the quickest break ever because we got to get the action rolling. Okay, that was just the appetizer, and this is the one for the big money, or really for a spot to still remain in Challengers. Shopify Rebellion Gold versus Hakiki Mori. And y'all, these are two teams that took us all by surprise, who carved their spot here. They really fought for a chance to be here, and it all comes down to just trying to get that first win going.
It's cool because you're looking at these two rosters where they're both making their own type of like little history for them, right? So for SRG, they're the first the first Game Changers team to go into the VCL. And then you're looking on the side here for Hakiki Mori. It's not the first Premier team that goes into the VCL, but at least like there's that personal history for that organization, for this team to make it to this spot. But now both teams, all of their eyes have been open to be like, holy crap, this is a different step, a different level where they unfortunately haven't been having the best results so far, both of them currently at 0-3. And now it's going to be do or die for either of these teams. Well, for both of these teams, but unfortunately one of them going home. So the pressure is going to continue to be quite strong, although I feel it might be stronger on the side here of SRG because you know what they're able to bring to the table. You know that they're able to win these championships for Game Changers. We know that they could do quite well here in Challengers. Well, Hakiki Mori, they're the first time here and they're getting all the experience and just absorbing it. So to play with nothing to lose, sometimes it leans towards that side where the unsigned team or the Hakiki Mori Premier team could maybe get that upset.
Yeah, I love that show. With elimination on the line, the fact that it's like completely different storylines when you're looking at both of these rosters, and then having SRG, you're talking about, the expectations because of Game
Yeah.
Changers Championships, success that they've found within the GC circuit. But then not even just that, like SRG has a huge fan base as well. And it felt like everyone was following their challengers journey. And I think the SRG that we've seen the past couple of weeks really hasn't been anywhere near the ceiling that we've seen from them as well. This is a team that's known for their macro. Mel is a brilliant IGL, and it's just actually insane to see that, they have been a bit competitive in some of those matches, but then also not showing the same face that we've been used to seeing at times too.
And we may be having at least a roster change in terms of who is showing up today, but I know someone who showed up for us, Vans, is President Noya. Okay, everybody rise for the national anthem for President Noya. She knows how to keep her team stable. And it's like, I get shivers every time I see her headshot with her shushing the camera. It's not this one. It's the one that sometimes they show in the arena because, yeah, she plays in the arena. But she's a senti that frags.
That's the thing, too, because when you're looking at Noya as President Noya, usually you would think, hey, protect the VIP, protect the president. But she doesn't need any type of protection. Somehow, something has been clicking through the offseason going into this year, but her mechanics or just her reaction on crosshair placement and then micro flicks to get multi-kills has been quite awesome. So super, super scary player to come up against, where you have this type of Noya that could have very good lurks, but also at the very same time, when you need to fall back from sites and start retaking, she could actually start being at the forefront. The tip of the spear start entering towards the site for those retakes, because you could count on her to still get first blood on entries for those retake moments and allow for the rest to follow behind and trade off in the very nice fundamentals that SRG are able to do.
And I think we're just getting word that Dodo Nut will not be playing today. So I hope everything is okay and Joa will be stepping in her place, because I think that's gonna be an important change, Ash, and to just address it, because every single one of these players on Shopify Rebellion Gold are pillars. They know each other for a long time, whether on different teams or being on the singular one, and to change such an important piece, we're gonna miss Dodo Nut. But and to do this at this point when you're one match away from being relegated.
Yeah, I think that's really tough considering how hot of a prospect was Dodo Nut, how hot of a prospect Dodo Nut was for SR to pick up in the big shoes that were left to fill from Fluorescent. And then you also look towards Joa, who now looking to kind of step in and whatnot, has previously played on the duelist, but was reprising a lot of that initiator role previously as well. It'll be a question of what kind of identity I think that he's able to also bring to the table here for SRG. I think we saw the team really lighting up and coming into their own, giving different opportunities for each player to shine. And I'm curious to see if it's going to be that same kind of story, or if with Joa now into the fray, if that kind of play style might shift a little bit.
Yeah, from what I know, the past 2 months, Joe has been playing Initiator, but does have some history in Duelist. So wishing Shopify Rebellion Gold the best of luck in this last-minute substitution. But let's look at their opponents. Hakiki Mori is also looking for their first win. They fought through Premier Vans, and they've been knocked out cold by a lot of the competition and challengers, because this is a different level than they're used to. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they develop and if we'll see them again if things don't work out. But this could be winnable now with Dodo Nut out of the lineup.
Yeah, possibly. It's a huge loss right now to the roster for SRG, and as I do agree with you that this does make this very doable. But at the same time, they sort of make things a little bit more competitive here for Hakiki Mori when you started moving towards that second week and the third week. It's just unfortunate that the first week that they had to play against was against an M80. And it's oh crap, look at that org. It's such a prestigious theme. For the past 2 years of Challengers, they were at the biggest conversation of the ones being able to qualify and ascend here into partnership. And it's like, oh crap, we got to play against them. And then they got thrashed. But then you're starting to see a little bit more improvements from week after week. They're starting to build a little bit better into those funnies that even Physic was mentioned before. So making sure that your ping pongs are pretty good in terms of those swings, making sure your trades are good. Their approach to the maps are quite decent as well. But through the chaos, it's where it may be they might be able to step up a little bit more. But now it's going to get very chaotic on the side of SRG, where they might be able to capitalize on just individual duels actually that might come into their favor, because you know that they're definitely able to shoot back there against our opponents.
And speaking of duels, we got to look at the duelists. We got to keep it plain and simple. Can your carry actually carry? This is a chance for someone like Bowie to do just that now that Dodonut is not in the picture for SRG, and they have to figure out, is it Joa? Is it someone else taking those duelist duties? But Ash, Bowie has been the one that has to step up big for Hakiki Mori.
Yeah, I think that we've seen some inconsistent play coming out from Bowie as well. I think a bit of a difficulty considering, you know, just the initiator situation, ensuring that utility is coming out. But Bowie for today has to be at the top of his game. I'm looking for a hot start coming out from him right off of the gate. I think there are moments where we've seen in series maybe a slower start and then later on heating up. But when you're down in this elimination matchup for the potential final one, there really isn't that chance to try and build up that momentum. You want to start off strong.
Yeah, and definitely if you're looking to the head-to-head against Joa, even when we're looking at Joa's, as you mentioned here, Lemon Q, he played a little bit of Fade in the past, but if you're looking even towards the tier 2, tier 3 level where he was like plugging out with Jake, for example, and other players, he's been flexing a lot of these duelists that could be potentially the good fit here that's been looked at for SRG. You kind of, in a last-minute substitution, can't really change out all your comps unless you're going to put Noya on Jet somehow and bring back the exit days of Noya's start here in North America. But I doubt that should happen. You should still see Joy here being able to play some Raze, some Yoru, and I think even some Neon when they were playing it in that tier 3 tournament. So that said, I feel that this is just like a fit in the boot of being like, good luck. We're going to throw you to the wolves and we'll see how you're going to do here against Bowie. And then the rest of it, we'll probably use that synergy to try to win those rounds.
I'd be down for the executive order. Put Noya on duelist, okay? Because if you're gonna go out with a bang, go out on your own terms. Go back to the fundies, as we heard in the interview. But let's also compare apples to apples. We kind of just gassed up a Sentinel. Speaking of our president Noya, let's compare the Sentinel on the Hakiki Mori side of Ghost, who is very visible in game. Not the clutch lord Ash, but someone who tries to contribute some anchoring to the team.
Yeah, I think in last week's matchup there for Hakiki Mori, I know that it was a close matchup against Ambrosia. I think that we have to give them that kudos that I think the underdogs in that match, they managed to bring it pretty close, both 13-8 losses up against Ambrosia. And when you look at some of the situations that they were put in, I think that it was difficult for Ghost to get super comfortable as in that Sentinel role. Didn't quite have the fragging potential, the firepower on this fracture map. We did see some success like here and there, but when you're on that chamber, you want to be that kind of looming presence where you're going to pose that threat. And he was able to take that space, but numbers wise wasn't quite able to have the impact that you would have kind of hoped, and especially going up against a player like Noya, who is so consistent, I feel, with her ability to bring out that fragging power and those lurk timings. That's a really huge litmus test for this new player.
Yeah, and even sorry to cut you here, Lemon Kiwi, but it's also looking at it, it's difficult here for Ghost to stay activated here with the team as well when you're looking at what they're trying to pull out on one of their best maps. Well, the ones that I like to play the most, you've seen them play a lot of Lotus here, but they're playing like double controller with a Clove and an Omen, or when you're playing on Split and you're playing double duelist with a Yoru and a Raze. So they're also not only trying to find their footing in challengers, but also at the same time trying to break the mold too and play things that are a little bit unorthodox at the same time. So there is a lot of catch-up to do at that point when you're playing within these weeks. So we'll have to see if that's going to get ironed out a little bit more as well and go back to the basics. Again, it's always going back to the basics and see if it works out and use your agents to. I mean, if you're comparing it to rankers, it's going to be a different story. But in that case, if you're not rankers and you're trying to just get your first dub, then maybe you want to focus more on like, okay, let's go into like what is played the most and how can we get the best out of that.
and the level of trust you have to put in those Sentinels. But these are also two teams who have scrapped through, let's say, lesser organized play of just whether it's on the Premier side, Game Changers, like a different level than Challengers. And now they have to go up against each other and how they're going to adapt to the shenanigans that could be posed, including, you know, one player that is being changed out for Shopify Rebellion Gold and how that will affect them. But what won't be affected is at least the maps that they ended up picking. So let's go and tune in and see what was picked, what was banned. Hakiki Mori picked Fracture. It will be SRG starting us off on Split with Pearl as the decider. And looking at this, I feel like Ash, when I look at Split, it's like so important for your duelists to really break into these small sites and to make that space. So a lot of trust goes into Joa or Bowie to make that break in.
Yeah, a lot of trust really does go into that, but this is also a map where we haven't seen Shopify Rebellion Gold actually play on it in an extremely long time. Well, actually, they ran it during the Swiss stage, but aside from that, like that had been one of their perma bans for a while going into Split. So I'm interested to see what they've been cooking in the background to see what they're actually looking to bring to the table, especially with this new duelist coming in. The last time we saw them, they're running that Deadlock Cypher composition there as well. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to work out for them. They have to be feeling confident considering that it is their pick that we're heading into.
You definitely know, at least looking at SRG with the map pool that you currently see from Split and Fracture, that the helping hand that Effie's recently brought here as an assistant coach to make sure that they could have a little bit more time to like anti-strat and whatnot. There's been a lot of rounds being played from Split and Fracture of Hakiki Mori versus M80 and Ambrosia respectively from Split over to Fracture. And the comps also that we just mentioned before, this Yoru in the Rays that was brought out in the first place by Hakiki Mori could potentially be stopped by this double Senti that was pulled out by SRG on the other side when they're playing a Cypher and a Deadlock. So when you're trying to stop these stalls and aggression, that could be pretty much the winning condition potentially here from SRG if none of these comps change. So I think overall it's just a map veto that allows here for Shopify Rebellion to get a little bit more on the tape against Hakiki Mori and potentially, hopefully win this series. But again, it feels that they're limping going to this game because they lost Dodonut in their roster.
Yeah, and that's your strong leg for sure. I would be limping too without Dodonut, my queen. But and then, you know, Hakiki Mori, they've been preparing for this moment. Obviously, this is the most important match of all of Challengers for both of these teams, but you could appreciate the grind that Hakiki Mori have been doing of also competing in Fun Havers tournaments in between weeks. They're incorporating some more Clove and some Vice. Like, how much can you really use that as experimental stage here in Fun Havers? And do you expect to see any Clove and Vice from Hakiki Mori, Ash or Vance?
I think that we've seen a little bit of that Clove be played just like one time on Lotus recently, up against Blue Otter on the side of Hakiki Mori, and the Vices come out here and there as well. I think a lot of these teams are leaning into it. We saw that on Pearl coming out from them up against Ambrosia. I like the ideas that they had. I think that if we manage to take it to that third map, there is that chance where Hakiki Mori really could try and steal the series away, because their general game plan, I think, on both those maps looked actually pretty good up against Ambrosia, just struggling a little bit more in those scrappy moments. But of course, with these predictions, Lemon, it's just been a sweep across the board. Granted, we were not aware of this last minute change either, though, coming out from Shopify Rebellion Gold with that loss of Dodo Nut. I think we're in for a close series no matter what, though.
This just makes me think that this game could be a 50-50 at this point now. And if they're, you know, if it's going to be difficult for SRG to get the ball rolling with Joa as a last minute addition, then you're going to need like your Noyos of the world to really step up to the plate. You need your Alexis and Mel. You need Mel to have the most pristine calling ever right now for their most important game, because if they lose this one, they're just out of challengers for this split. So that's where it gets a little bit daunting and stressful for as an SRG fan, if you're an SRG fan.
Oh, and if Hakiki Mori knock out SRG from Challengers, they're about to be enemy #1 from the entire fan base. And same thing for if SRG do it to Hakiki Mori. But looking at our agent select, Vance, we were just talking about the Vice and Clove. We saw the Hakiki Mori for Fun Havers, and the experiment was successful. So they're going to bring it out again.
Definitely seems like it. So it looks like it's going to be fairly fast around Demi and Bui, around that double initiator that comes out of Hakiki Mori. But there's also a change coming out from SRG. Having a Yoru out with the double initiator on that side is going to be very fun as well. I saw that from Talon going through from APAC, and it allows for you to be very fun with it. So, Ash, I'm going to let you shut me up here before we get into the game.
No, you're good. I think that it's just really cool. Maybe the addition of Joa to this roster was just to add that additional duelist depth over to the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, because while Dodonut, it was incredible, she was also most comfortable typically on just like that Jet and that Raze, and we were moving away from that within the current meta. So a bit more dynamicism coming out from Shopify Rebellion Gold with that. And I'm going to be looking for a lot of trap plays, I think, on the side of Hakiki Mori on the defense where they're starting out, considering they do have that Teho, that breach that they can pair together. You even add that on with like the vulnerable coming out from Demi there as well on that Clove, and there's just a lot of different ways that they can go about a lot of that map control when Shopify Rebellion are looking at that aggression, and a lot of ways that they can respond with that utility.
Well, let's see if this match really is 50-50. Everyone get your coins ready. And we'll see if our predictions will still be correct or not. Hakiki Mori versus Shopify Rebellion Gold for the elimination in this best of 3. Let's kick things off and send it over to Keg and Tenrik.
From Premier to Game Changers, from 3+ years of experience to your very first team in syndication, in the end, we can all arrive here. One match to determine 16th place in this first split of North American Challengers. Keg, sans Dodonut, Shopify Rebellion Gold still look to be in quite a delicate position. And yet they are still so overwhelmingly favored over Hakiki Mori. Is Hakiki Mori still severely underrated, or is this just supposed to be?
I mean, look, Hakiki Mori's journey to get into VCL has been the most unique one we've ever seen, right? And them into this series just continues that streak. They have a map veto that I would say almost entirely goes in their favor. They've banned out Lotus, they banned out Haven, 2 maps that historically Shopify Gold excel on in the international championships because of Mel's calling. Smaller, more condensed maps are a struggle at times for this team. There's a reason why Bind and Split have often been those permabans. It's small, and you require a lot of precise utility and instant swings after for fast executes. That's not really Shopify Gold style. Jawa coming into the mix, very last second to us knowing and finding out. The depth of the Yoru, a very good call from the analyst desk. If you had to replace one player on the team, the newest is Dodo. It's also your duelist. Not the end of the world. But instantly we do see Jawa bring out a fake over towards A site. A lot of Yorus will do this early on attacking sides. Wait for the aggressive push-up outside of B main. Bui removing Mel. Most importantly, Smoke's now gone from Shopify's pistol round. It'll make things a lot more difficult now that Noya's wall is down A site. And the spike is over towards B.
2 Yorus to press, 2 controllers down. And now Shopify settle on B. Mori nice and stacked, and Bui now lacking of util, but still overwhelmingly advantageous with positioning here. Can continue to swing. Alexis will end that triple as SRG start making their climb up to site. Garpa is going to be able to stall this with the fault line and will swing on himself to grab the first. Noya is completely boxed out, and Kaiser is able to deal with her as well. Fragmented Shopify Rebellion that Bui, the star of Hakiki Mori, can quickly clean up, giving them the pistol.
Yeah, even with I aren't even stun-locked, honestly, with those 2 smokes going down early on. Having a B exec with only a few flashes to work with is incredibly difficult for Shopify, but they had almost no other choice. Time was running out, and the rotate to A site that was already shut down early round was not a possibility. Teams will try to linearly funnel their way into the backside of B for that spike plant, but oftentimes through smokes, a player like Bui in that same position will spray through the smokes and find impact. Call's been made now by Hakiki Mori. Play into mid. Wait for the aggressive push up through the TP once more. This TP does not go in the vents though, as it often does.
Demi able to continue holding it down despite the wide entry from Joa. But Shopify Rebellion have still tried to lay their claim of mid, and Noya's gonna try and find another piece of it. Can't get more than one. So Hakiki Mori able to very quickly circumvent that. And still seeing that proactivity lie in this early defense. You see the hunger in this team, the need to stay in the tournament, the wanting to prove so many doubters wrong. And I think it's easy to say that we can stand among them too, looking at how Hakiki Mori has fared against these other teams. Unfortunately, they unravel just a little close to the end. Mechanics look spectacular, but the set plays that you've gotten to talk about a little bit about how many teams are able to replicate them these days has started to trip them up in the later bits of the game.
And that really should be the big advantage for Shopify in this series, is that they have more resources with an organization like Shopify. They have their coach. They have, I took the Effie's Academy of Assistant Coachery with that the Effie's put on Twitter just to see like, okay, well, what can we see out of Shopify in the process? There's a lot that Shopify can work with and have a deep strat book. Hakiki Mori, more so, they're reactive. And they had to improv a lot of these plays, at least into the mid-round. Bowie instantly swings, unable to find much off that Outlaw. A good hold so far from Hakiki Mori outside of that loss, however. No distance made by Shopify just yet. And no space is being pushed up elsewhere. Nobody's been able to take that mid-space.
ARPA continuing to control the main line. Shopify just making sure it's clean. Ready to exec fully through this wall. It's a one and done. Huge blind though from Garpa that allows the swing in from Kaiser, but he's unable to land too much. Ghost still standing on site with the judge. That'll be fun to talk about going forward. But it's still overwhelmingly favored in the bonuses side. Fun attempt at a TP fake from Mel, but Demi's able to catch that. So it'll be a 1v3. Low health for a lot of these players as well. Could catch at least one more if he plays his cards right, but Sarah has the early peek, and they will exhume control over it just a little bit. 3 standing on the bonus.
Great patience out of Shopify. Putting that reset off of the loss of Bowie into the minds of Hakiki Mori to possibly re-clear B main and even mid-space. Not a lot of info gathering and utility used by Shopify to sell that themselves, instead relying on the timer and maybe the inexperience of Hakiki Mori to put that doubt in their minds. And then going for a simple non-heaven post plant execute onto site. Worked out very well for the team. Again, there was a big weapon differential too. Great first round for Shopify to find a round on the board. Once again, mid-execute, often used on anti-eco rounds. It's going to be Bowie once more, hiding in vents. Does not fall for it, though. Jawa falls yet again in mid. Oftentimes, when this happens, Tenrek, teams will have to reset and look for an aggressive peek up out of A or B main. Hakiki Mori are not in a position to take either of those fights. They did lose Bowie in the trade. They're waiting top heaven for Shopify to reset and re-hit yet again.
Swinging for the sake of dealing with the person that could reopen this fight, so Shopify Rebellion could feel even more confident in their one-and-done push playstyle. We will begin the flood once again. The Vice Util reactively set. Ghost able to stall a little bit for Mori's favor as they stand with Kaiser up in heaven. Shopify Rebellion continuing to not want to make space anywhere else. They understand how powerful they are when together, when coordinated. They understand that's where most of their strengths can only lie, at least at this stage in the Swiss. They'll take over A site with the help of those smokes set up by Mel, as well as their calling to get that spike down early and in front. So Mori are forced to peek or just straight up die. Early holds on the chokes as well. Shopify Rebellion should be able to hold on to this. The question is how many do you let go of along the way?
Stealth drone is out. Does find quite a bit of information outside of screens. Demi takes the first contact. Keep in mind, not dead yet. Available. Demi falls. There's a second chance at life.
Oh, Alexis does catch Demi, so that will be used early on and pushed in tandem with Ghost just to increase the strength of that retake on the site itself, and it'll be more than enough. Garp and Kaiser each getting theirs. No sight lines left available for Shopify Rebellion Gold, and Hakiki Mori will hold on to round 4 with a couple seconds to spare.
And this is a big criticism I had about Shopify when looking back at their footage, is that oftentimes you have, I would say, the best lurker in GC and probably one of the best lurkers in VCL available with Noya, and yet it's pretty rare in VCL that we've seen her be utilized as a very deep lurker. Part of the reason why you would ban a map like Haven against Shopify Gold is because Noya, every single round, will completely dismantle your team off of pushing up B mid alone. You can put all the util in the universe there, she still gets by it. But that's why you ban her out. And Noya's been put on like Killjoy and Viper in this instance in past matches. There isn't a lot of distance being sold up elsewhere on the map. It allows a lot of retake opportunities for a team like Hakiki Mori.
Instead, they're opting to let Joa be the one to do that extension, and they don't want to, in theory, I suppose, set all their chips on a potential lurk and have a 3-man push that could potentially go awry even faster. But at this stage, if you want to let your best flex, let him flex.
Oh, Mel's taking that lurk opportunity now. They've highlighted that error, and now this is great timing off of her.
Early ultimate from Bowie to get all the information on site. That should also get the comm that Mel is not there. So they'll be watching for sure. Team will restack all together now as Bowie is now on site with that outlaw and is able to do a lot of the talking from below while Mori does the easy clearing on the rest. It's now Shopify Rebellion that have to reapproach their spike, and they outright refuse to, as Hakiki Mori get the defuse and the subsequent double frag to end the 5th round with a bang.
Shopify Gold now. Economy slipping away, ults plenty available. A great cycle for that to be used here in this next round. 2 defuses now in a row absolutely leads to a timeout. This is a big opportunity for Shopify Gold. This has been, again, a big strength that this team has had, has been able to take these very early timeouts, assess from a big picture perspective of what's going wrong and fixing it from the ground up. It's won Shopify so many matches in the past, just now in the VCL territory to make it happen once again. The A executes have looked clean, but the retakes lacking heaven control outside of Mel that last round has been apparent. A huge advantage for Hakiki Mori. And honestly, even though Joa does fall pretty early on, Tenrek, I think contesting mid early as a team has worked very beneficially for Shopify.
I agree.
Just to reduce numbers.
Yeah, you're able to trade so consistently off that. Mel has done a beautiful job of taking care of one, and usually that one is Bowie, the best fragger for Hakiki Mori. If you're able to get some sense of momentum from there, I would think Shopify Rebellion Gold has some semblance of confidence in their ability to take gunfights here. Then you can just snowball your fights from there. But it's just been so disadvantageous every time, and they haven't been able to springboard off the mid pushes. They haven't been able to find clean fights to let their other players extend, and Joa, unfortunately, has just not come up with the first frags enough so far when that extension is on him.
But again, this has been a squad that's been together outside of Joa for so long that they should be able to make up for the lack of fragging off of a very newly installed player. Great TP in, but instantly Joa falls. Bowie goes for the rotate, teleports back to B site. No re-clearing necessary. Even the anti-lurk available off of Demi won't be needed. It's another straight execute towards A site. Bodies have been gone, only Garp with the fall. Hakiki Mori, a 4v4 now for the retake. Alexis has a rolling thunder. This needs to be the ace in the hole for Shopify to get their second round. Caught off guard, Bowie!
And now Mori is able to stampede back down that ramp and just clear everything as a stack. Shopify are completely powerless to stop it. Mel, alone on site, can only get the off angle for 1, and Bowie cracks open 4 to give Mori 5. An absolutely incomprehensibly important round for Hakiki Mori to get going forward in this half.
And I could see the idea being that if you go for a timeout after losing A side 2 rounds in a row, Shopify may pause for a second and maybe sell the idea that this could be a B execute to switch it up. And I think Hakiki Mori now stacking 3 on B are expecting the same thing out of this round. But realistically speaking, there wasn't really a lot of corrections that Shopify made going into that last round. It was more so of a mental reset.
That really feels like what it was meant to be. The playbook is still written the same, and like you said, it runs so deep. But Hakiki Mori, their reaction has been so good
I like
Joel will
this.
now make his push up the middle. Yeah, with this dimensional drift, got a whole lot more power behind it. Will ping out Kaiser as well, force him even farther back with the salvos, and so Side is taking over. And this is the crunch that Shopify Rebellion Gold we're looking for. Armageddon on top of it. I don't believe so. Showa's on site.
No.
And we're in the clear here. Armageddon on top of the tower, so now Mori, you're going to be forced to fight. Such a deep investment from Shopify Rebellion, so they better keep as many players as possible. Kaiser, good for one. And now a Rolling Thunder invested into this as well. The spike has yet to be planted, and Bowie gets 2 before it's over. Hakiki Mori still have the better presence, but not the better health pool. Ghost the only one left standing. Noya holds on to spike. All the power is still held by Shopify. 45 seconds, you could do whatever you want, just don't lose it. And she won't. Up to 2 here, but bloody hell, how much do you have to spend on this?
Oh, good lord, I'm losing years of my life from the stress of this match. But, and the reason why I mentioned Garpa not being spotted is that Shopify only thought 2 players existed in the vicinity of B-site. 1 heaven, maybe 2 at most, and 1 on site itself. That being said, Garpa going invisible allowed that early Rolling Thunder to stall Shopify even more. And Noya luckily did not expel the Viper's Pit on the entry of B-main that last round. Still available into this. Aggressive default to mid into this next round. Expecting a big fight. Only Demi available, close to having their own ult, but Bowie. Okay.
Unreal confidence from this guy. I love to see it. This will be the main push from Shopify. Again, it's going to be one and done. And meanwhile, Alexis has to deal with all of this Vice util in front of her. They might just have to fully rotate. They have 70 seconds. They can do it, but otherwise, so much work cut out for simply the Vice flush to get this crunch going. But yeah, Ghost can just back out and force Alexis to stay put while the tower takeover happens so that Mori still has that space to crunch back in the later region of the round.
Having so much B-side control as an attacker without the plant going down gets really risky. Luckily, Hakiki Mori have not over-rotated in time. They're still worried about an A execute that doesn't exist. Stealth drones available from Kaiser, but the plant going down now will sell the idea that, yeah, this is a B execute. A lot of re-clear utility available for the defense.
Oh, and we'll just take the fight here. That's proactive of Shopify Rebellion, an admirable way to try to take that power back this round. But Alexis still struggling to win that fight on the main front, and so Mori is just going to take that over as well. Or at least facetiously, Bowie sends over a clone, and they'll actually try to take the fight on the link, which Mel wins handily. Mori now the one that is in the middle of it all. But it's Bowie, the one who's been able to clutch and carry so often for this squad in the 11th hour. Alexis spotted, but not dealt with. Perfect swings by her. Smoke on top, but that just means you invade. And Shopify Rebellion Gold once again solve the problem just enough.
And that is the timing of a deep, long-lasting friendship and a team that's stuck together for so long. Mel waiting for the last possible opportunity to have Alexis go for that final frag as a distraction measure to make sure Bowie cannot get 2 individual 1v1s. Great round out of a B exec. Shopify finally finding their ground, especially with this early mid pressure, working fairly well in their favor. But now still 2 rounds behind. It's not a round economically in Mori's favor. Stack up and B instead. Leave Vice to her own devices. Haha. But instead, mid's completely clear. They're praying that Shopify will fast take B heaven and drop down into a piranha pit of Hakiki Mori.
Shopify Rebellion trying to squeeze every bit of information they can out of this round where they are allowed that much more freedom. Tower take by Joa. He is going to choreograph this so much more going forward.
Think about this though. If it becomes an A execute, Ghost has has Steel Garden. You maybe like Men in Black erase my mind. Again! Anyways,
everywhere I go, I see his face.
The Steel Guard and the Vice. Oh, dude, why?
Okay, all right. We're trolling.
It's like one of those little cactus toys you get for babies when it makes noise. Anyways, back to B side. Vice ult, retake, TLDR.
Salvo again to flush out Demi. A bit heavy on it. So Bowie just going to go for that swing. Got to be aggressive here if you're Hakiki Mori. Going to go for whatever you can. And they will find a good amount of chip damage along the way. Demi, nice off angle to catch one along the way, but That's all the flak they'll get, I do believe. Let's land that. Okay, good stuff from Shopify Rebellion, keeping it nice and clean. 4 players still standing. And yeah, that push, they learned a lot thanks to that mid invasion. They're able to, I think, wade in the swimming pool a lot more going forward to these next 3 rounds.
Yeah, I think there's a lot less pressure for Shopify to go, and instant exec like we see a lot of VCL teams do on split attack. So hopefully now we could maybe see more Heaven control being brought out here. That's a big factor for Hakiki Mori getting success in these retakes. Shopify are preparing to aim up for another A exec once again. I'm still eyeing Ghosts. Oh, that can shut down all the firepower that Shopify Gold have displayed. Can't use it too early. That's my big fear. Mel has screens control, and that's gigantic for post-plant.
There. Ghost just worried about what's in front, and Mel has already gotten in front of this. One of the fastest lurkers we've seen in Challengers, and that's been a place where other teams have been lacking. But still, the fight on the front lines is not yet finished, and Shopify continues to be split on this site. Mori refusing to take over Heaven. They've had so much more luck when they just bulldoze down the ramp, and that's not where Shopify's looking! Alexis down early, and Demi good for 3 now! Hakiki Mori forcing Shopify Rebellion out the back door, but that's not even where they're confident in going. Now off the fault line, Demi swings for 4. Can you give him the ace? No. But you can get him close enough. Hakiki Mori completely stun-lock Shopify Rebellion and get 6.
And this is round after round now on A takes that Hakiki Mori can quietly scale down A ramp and take a fight with Shopify, who are just looking at the wrong direction at the wrong time. The one round we saw a very confident A take off of Shopify is when Mel lurked up into Heaven as the site exec had taken place, but even that was confident, but not a winning round for Shopify. Once again, back to A we go. Mel setting up for the aggressive lurk in mid. 3 players of Hakiki Mori are set up waiting for that lurker. What Shopify don't know is that Demi has been waiting by the brown box aggressive in mid towards the mid round quite a few times, waiting for Mel's presence. At this point, Shopify may still think they can get all the way up in the vents for free if they just wait long enough.
Buoy's still posted. Mori's still condensed. Save for Ghost, who is already backed out to the screens. He's been incredibly respectful of these pushes, despite the fact that Mori has dipped a lot of the time on these fights. Opening up on the middle, and Shopify Rebellion, if it's not easy, they're gonna make it easy with this 2-man push. 3 up the ramp, and they will just brute force their way through this fight and win most of it. Kaiser's still standing, though, can play keep away with the util as Demi skirts on back, but Shopify, they have a lot in the kit still, and so they'll be able to also play keep away until they look away, and Demi swings out and grabs one, grabs another on the re-swing. Kaiser with one more from below, and Hakiki Mori flipped this around yet again.
It's a mad dash to the B site. Alexis nowhere near the opportunity of a rolling thunder. Barely any utility to work with, and certainly not full HP. Demi alone, having not dead yet available, can take this aggro fight in a 1v1, come back to life, and maybe aid Kaiser in the 2v1. Not even necessary.
Coming to life on this Clove. Simply due to that confidence, yet again, shining through. It is earning them so much leverage in these openings that Shopify Rebellion are desperately clamoring to control. And in the final round of the half, they will barely have a say for it. Noya has to find a use for this Viper's Pit, which I believe has yet to be used this half. Joa will have his pick of the litter. Up the middle, most likely with the Dimensional Drift, but really depends on where Shopify Rebellion want to get aggressive.
I mean, there just hasn't been an opportunity to really use the pit. I mean, that final 1v1 that Noye had out B-main could have been a great option, but regardless, though, we do see the fast push back in A Heaven once again. Hopefully enough of a distraction factor to lead Hakiki Mori to rotate to A side, but the actual opposite happens. Now pressure starts facing over towards B. Great crossfire set up off of Demi and Garpa towards Heaven in sight. This could be, and has to be, the opportunity to Vipers pit your way in. The dry peek, Demi's good for 2 off of that.
Walking into it, and now they're not dead yet too. Garpa's just gonna sit on top of this. We're just gonna get the fight started now. Hakiki Mori does not care. Joa alone on the site. Yeah, that dimensional drift was completely flushed out by one aftershock. And how much good did it do them? Garpa, the one to swing now, good for one, and Mori can just shuffle the deck again. 8-4 on the defense. This is wildly impressive, Keg.
Oh, but how are we feeling, man? How are we feeling about now swapping sides? Because Hakiki Mori, they're going to need a lot of coordination to attack more so than the defense. Well, their defense strat was really just retake and hold each side's heaven. It's going to be a lot more nuanced when they swap to the attack. And I think that's a huge opportunity for Shopify to get these rounds back.
Agreed. This is going to be their opening for them to aggress whenever they want to. And if they can find that gap, just like Hakiki Mori did so easily in their vision during these mid-rounds, then the strategy will once again overtake. And hopefully, so will the aim diff, because Hakiki Mori is keeping up so good with that so far.
I would even say that Hakiki Mori have been winning in the aim department more so than Shopify. I think Shopify's big advantage has just been the long-time chemistry that these players have. They could bounce off of each other and hold for angles that, and theoretically, Hakiki Mori should be surpassed in. But time will really tell on this attacking side. Early stealth drone brought out towards orb side. No presence of Mori available. That could be false information given the Shopify, but they don't make a move. Teleport out instead. Jawa's setting up for this first initial fight. There's been no lead up in the B main or mid. Oh, look at this fake presence of the TP. That could force Shopify to start putting forces over towards A site. It's the fake exec, and there's no presence mid whatsoever.
A Ghost can very freely take this and chain it with the B attack.
No gate crash available for Shopify either. No fast rotations.
30
Still
seconds
no
left.
lean. Mel hasn't called it just yet. Steps are in, and we're on the rotation back. Noya swings away. One from on high. Now the fight begins for Mel. Both controllers now gone and minimal damage done. Save for Bowie and Kaiser, who will take those corners. Get that plant down with minimal time to go. Joa here early, can finish off one. Aftershock to find Kaiser on that low health. And now we're on minimal time. Ghost still holding it down though. And the frags shine through in the bitter end. Another pistol taken by Hakiki Mori.
What? That was Shopify's round. They had drained the timer of Hakiki Mori so much, but suddenly out of nowhere, you blink your eyes and there's 3 gone on the kill feed. Hakiki Mori's coordination, at least for the starting pistol, is so well prepared for how they want to go for a late execute. Oftentimes, we've seen this already in VCL, teams will crumble under the pressure of their own lack of time to execute.
We're just not seeing that pylon that we're so used to. Shopify Rebellion Gold, a team that's trying to find a new identity. Hakiki Mori, with this match, they might just shape their own. If this continues. Still the B stack, still the lean towards A for Shopify Rebellion. Gold as Mori spreads thin and watches like vultures for what they can find before the real fight starts.
Shopify are playing a very dangerous game, leaving mid completely barren. No utility, no sentinel presence at all to see any information. They're just waiting on these raw lane execs to find any sort of utility. And once again, Bowie, stealth drone, the gate crash, soon the proc, selling this fake over towards B site, but Shopify are aware that this is usually the fake. Smoke goes down. Exactly how the pistol round erupted. This time, Hakiki Mori giving themselves more time. An added mid presence from Garpa too for the split crunch.
Which looks as strong as ever. So much still in the bank after all this dry checking. And Mel is the first to take the contact, standing alone. Good for a couple shots to the body, but nothing doing in this follow-up. Shopify debatably here early again. Noya, beautiful shot on the Sheriff to at least slow this attack post plant down. But Mori is willing to get ahead of the problem and again, just scrap it out before Shopify get a word in edgewise. Perfect round to do it, to get them to double digits before Shopify can find some very worthwhile kills. Joa now the one late to the party and doubtful he'll find one here.
Smaller, more condensed maps where you can take these brazen fights and hope for the best. Again, a team where, frankly, you have to play scrappier is going to benefit much largely from having these 1v1s. Unpredictability should be key. And Hakiki Mori have done that so well. Shopify are in timeout territory once again. First full rifle round that we see the second half, and they play their cards wrong. It could be one of their only this map.
Window very quickly closing on what is Shopify's choice of map. And you're absolutely right, not even a reset that Shopify so often uses in these moments of potential upset. It's Shopify Rebellion that'll get ahead of the problem here and get their brazen push down A main to grab the first. Rest of the team barreling towards B main. And Mel again, though, to take first contact as Bowie is slowed down, but is able to manage the one before caught by the Phantom. And that'll open up the entire site for Hakiki Mori. Ghost blinded out. Noya with the wide swing to save the day. And Alexis with the final frag. 3 stay standing for the bonus, and Shopify finds some semblance of stability.
Such a beautiful read from Shopify. The aggro push up on A, giving the call that, okay, A presence has very minimal people. We won this fight. The Yoru's by himself. This has to be a B exec. The setup was there from Mel. Smoke out B main. I believe you bring out a snake bite. You have Noya top B heaven. You have the paranoia thereafter. I apologize. It was actually Demi that fell first, not Bowie. But regardless, though, you still remove a critical piece of hidden information and reveal it for yourselves of Shopify. Now understanding how Mori liked to play these executes, that'll be a big thing for them to have to adapt around. Mid-site, the call now Shopify is expecting to have an aggressive potential. Hakiki Mori, though, are playing it slow and safe. They default yet again 10 rank.
And they're going to see if they can chip at anything. But
Stealth
Shopify
drone. Won't find anything.
Great clear, though. So much space taken very early on in this that Mori is going to have to re-clear. Shopify, they're not going to get on top of it. Joe is not going to move forward here. And it seems like that's because they think Bowie could have slipped through the cracks. They are right. We have vent control as Hakiki Mori. And they look to execute the A-crunch off of it. It all comes down to the drop that Joa wins. And Mori might have to change course already.
Oh, but I like this potential re-clear that we could see from Joa's ult. This dimensional drift could be everything past the Viper wall. It's down to Noya's timing off this Viper wall to see whether or not it could stall out the attackers and possibly sacrifice Sarah's life in the peak. Wall's up. Sarah peeks, finds info.
There's one gone. Now has to try and spray through, but Sarah, all she can do is let the salvos go and have a slanted fight that Demi still wins? What?
Demi things.
3v4 on the retake, and it is paltry. Ghost, early peek, is just gonna swing it for a second.
What? 2?
Mori continues to just frag and frag.
Oh.
That was so funny to walk into. That's amazing. They were synchronized crouch peek.
Too bad we didn't get that up close.
That was awesome. But
11
wow,
to
a
5.
6-round guy. That was unreal confidence from Ghost. That was such, I'm so stunned by how great mechanically this team looks right now.
Yeah. And I don't think Hakiki Mori are really bringing out anything super crazy in a strategic front. They are just playing with the timer so well. And, you know, going back to the anti-stratting challenge that Effie's had brought out, that was one major thing. Shopify Gold are very contingent on their utility timings. One thing that Effie's wanted to see was the anti-stratting between both Shopify and Sentinels. You watch Shopify Gold play defense on Pearl, they are reliant on initiative utility. The timing off of Alexis's knife, will that find anything with the KO? No, we push up. Very protocol heavy. And I think this malleability, this idea to do different things per round and switch it up is where Hakiki Mori are finding so much more added value in the mid-round. They can play around and use this utility that Shopify rely on very much against them.
But it all happens if they decide to push that narrative, if they decide to actually press. And even when they clear, they're trying to let Hakiki Mori do all of the dirty work so that they have better util trades in the actual fight. And it's just not translating because Hakiki Mori keep moving around too much.
I see what you mean, but I think the utility that is used by Shopify in the early rounds is very necessary for Hakiki Mori to get rid of.
I think this pit is perfect. I think this is a great use for
I wasn't even talking about the pit, man. I was talking about the stealth drone. Like, okay, this is used early by Mori. And Joa is out in the open. Those flashes now are gone for a potential post plan.
Now Bowie just gonna let this dimensional drift go to invade the site. Do a whole world of clearing. And yeah, Shopify will have to once again scurry on back through the middle. Good idea of where they could be coming from here, and Bowie's just gonna try and get in the fight early. That's the brazenness that Shopify were looking to punish for centuries at this stage. They finally will. Spike still goes down. Players for Hakiki Mori still well spread. Garpa is ridiculously confident at the moment, but has a world to cycle through as well. Kaiser early hold on Sarah's early life, but now the double swing is enough. Demi holding it down on the site though, and this is where the true fight lies, in that 2v2. Two blinds though that you can just shuffle through. Alexis just has to play better on the swing, and Noya gone early, easy 2v1. Hakiki Mori continue to just get through every hurdle that is thrown at them.
Let's finish this already.
Just understanding what Shopify want to employ at the start of a round and playing it slow, waiting for those gunfights. That truly has been the story of VCL at this stage, is really just what can you do to cater the most output off of these gigantic fights. Hakiki Mori surprisingly go for their own timeout. The Viper's Pit was brought out mid-last round by Shopify Gold, no impact. But also the fact that we keep seeing Shopify protect mid might be a reason for Hakiki Mori to stop for a second and think about what they want to do next with their Armageddon and Steel Garden. Or it could be nerves. They'd be like, whoa, okay, hold on. We're winning map number 1 maybe. Let's just keep our nerves steady and see how we can play this out.
Yeah. Just double checking, I suppose. But seems like they have enough of their plan to where this really, just does feel like one more shake off that you have room to use before the game could end. 7 rounds that they have for themselves. And like you said, they could just unload it all here in that one push that Shopify Rebellion was so desperate to fight for, and now they will have to from a terrible gun disadvantage. Or they could look for this cycle and just play as improvisationally as they have been, which seems to be the tail of the tape. They will start with that early default, a lot of sight line up mid to make sure Shopify Rebellion don't get brazen control, and that's why Temmie's holding it down on A main. Can't do as well though on the hold.
Stealth drone up mid, in the vents, finds out no defenders are there, but top B, Heaven's a different story. Call now made, possibly to crunch into B. Spike dedicated towards Scuttle, could very well be an opportunity. But Hakiki Mori, we know how they play split. They definitely like to show face early and then completely reset. You know, there's another team on split who did something similar, and their name was Shopify Gold. They did the same reset on their own attacking side. And unlike Mori, Shopify Gold aren't over-rotating. They're waiting out this reset.
Poison's off. This is gonna be the full push Steel Garden into the B line. Now it's all about continuing to zone out the important places where you could get caught. Alexis first to fall, but she is able to crack one along the way, and that's most of the time of that ultimate gone. Now Mel, the re-swing, aggressive as can be and still good for one, but the rest of the clearing can pretty handily be done here by Hakiki Mori. They have so much control, and Shopify Rebellion has no way to know of where they could be coming from. It's a 13-5 victory from Hakiki Mori on SRG's own choice. A devastating start to the match for them.
Hakiki Mori, I think so far, they've been winning the vetoes handedly. They banned out, I would say, 2 of the strongest maps that Shopify Gold historically have had in their arsenal. They bring out a map, well, they got brought against a map that's very closed and condensed and great for scrappier gunfights that Hakiki Mori have their one, I would say, singular advantage in, win out against Shopify's map pick, and now go to a very, very large map that is their map pick. It's almost reversed with the vetoes, because you would think Hakiki Mori would want to go to split and then you would want Shopify to go Fracture because it's kind of more in line with how they like to direct into fights, a much larger space to operate off of. But it's not. It's switched around.
Is it the scarier story? Is it really the scarier side that Hakiki Mori is just comfortable everywhere? That straight up might be the case. Is this the redemption arc that we've been waiting to see from a team like this? We'll find out as we go to map 2 after this short break.
Well, it's insanely different. The competition like rose triple. I feel like that we've only been together for like a month, and that's like as soon as Premier's like playoffs started, we won it, and we were just in Challengers, so we only had a month to prepare. Like the level of difficulty is a lot different. Like it's so much harder to get kills, and like the whole entire objective of the game changes. But our first week against M80, it was a lot harder, I would say, because it was nerves and everything. But our second week against Blue Otter, I would say that it was a lot closer. And that short amount of span, I think we got a lot better. So this week against Ambrosia, we're hoping to turn that around. Key factors. So the key factors to the team's success is just not making any mistakes, but also just working together as a team and keeping our communications really good, because I feel like that's one of our most lackluster like features as a team. But besides that, we just need to make less mistakes, and I think start winning these games. Well, you can expect from me. My name is Abu2 for some reason, but it was changed to Demi recently. You can expect from me that I'm gonna keep playing. Last week I had a really good game against Blue Otter. I'm planning to keep riding momentum. I've had a change in my role a little bit. And then for the team, just don't count us out yet. We're getting a lot better every week. And against Ambrosia, we're hoping to win out because we got that much better in that short amount of time.
Don't mind us laughing. We were just roasting each other, but we'll be.
I'm cute. All right, I'm back.
I'm glad you think that. But we had a cute map of split transition.
Maybe it was cute if you're on the side of Hakiki Mori at that point, because they looked really good on that map.
And their first map win of Challengers, that's gotta mean something, okay? We don't care about substitutions. We care about Hakiki Mori. This is the beginning of something special. We don't know if it's gonna close out the series, but a 13-5 says a lot, Ash.
It does. And I think that you also have to consider probably some of the confidence that they were able to bring off of those matches up against Ambrosia last week as well. You know, being able to take several rounds up against them, those 13-8s, even though they were losses, I think made them feel a little bit more confident knowing they were going but in such a close matchup against someone who's seen as that better team and carrying that kind of confidence forward into today's game. I think that it was honestly, the macro is pretty interesting coming out from Hakiki Mori, but those firefights coming out from them, it felt like they had just such heavy hitters today in the server.
That's exactly what the game plan was, going on their retake style too when they're playing these fights. I think the reason why they brought out this Clove again to support the Yoru, because if you're playing double initiator at that point, there's always going to be 2 players behind enemy lines. Your Sentinel's still going to have to rotate across. So you need a little bit of an extra punch when you're actually going into these sites. So around the double initiator and having both the globe smoke through and fight with the Yoru, excuse me, brought a lot of aggression for Hakiki Mori, which helped out on the retakes.
Aggression for your lungs too, damn. But
No, man.
Oh god, he's still going. Okay, well, we'll administer CPR in a little bit, Ash. I'm waiting a long time. But SRG, you know, it sucks to have this substitution last minute. Is your cope like, okay, we just had this first map, probably the first map they've even played with Joa.
Yeah.
There's a lot to take from this going into the next one.
Yeah, and I think that you also have to consider how difficult it is to work somebody new in with a very set system. And when you look towards SRG, they have an incredibly set system with how they approach their macro on these maps. And with a last minute substitution coming in for Joa, it can be really difficult to actually catch a new player up to date with how you're looking towards certain defaults, certain set plays, and then also having the change with the type of duelists that you're throwing into this map. Sure, we don't know, like it is possible that maybe they were scrimming with the Yoru the entire time, throwing Dodona onto that role behind the scenes during pracs, but we have to see what they're actually implementing into the server today. And it was, I think, very difficult to actually find that synergy come alive here on the side of SRG.
You definitely saw some moments where they were trying to do that flash in the pan that was mentioned before when with this composition, it allows for you to really pop into aggressive mid-round control. For example, when they tried to do the execution to take top vents, when you went for like the smoke onto the male side, and then you had the fault line and the paranoia. So you could just try to come in and fight. But it didn't work out. It was almost something that was already read by Bowie and Hakiki Mori, because Bowie at that point was playing even an off angle, tucked in on the right side, and it kind of caught Joel off guard. So it's again that the synergy, or at least to try to execute in the first place, was kind of there. But then the next step is, okay, step one, engagement is done. I've gone through there, and you just walk around with like an empty room being like, okay, what do I have to do next? Sometimes that happened, and it didn't really allow here for SRG to get the best footing and the best start on their attack side. And it almost felt very similar on their defensive side, where they would lose the one player super early into the round, and everybody else felt like they had to do a hero play because the other ones were still so far back on the rotations that you didn't try to stall, you didn't try to go back into those fundies that we know that SRG are really good for when it comes down to these type of fights. They're doing a lot of these hero plays and dying in that moment. It's definitely going to be a moment that Hakiki Mori could take advantage of, because it's, again, those duel fights.
Yeah, for sure. And then I know that we don't have like the scoreboard up anymore, but Demi even coming out on top as that team MVP, you're talking about how they're looking to take a lot of that space alongside Bowie. And then even beyond that, not even giving, I think, SRG a chance to actually set up for some of those micro plays. Instead, we saw proactivity coming out from Hakiki Mori. You would see Garpa throwing in even like fault lines for CT on that B side to allow Demi to continue to take those space on those some of those anti-eco rounds going through, and just like the hyper aggression that you didn't really expect to see coming out from this Clove player, not even giving SRG that chance to really even set up for any of those retakes, and often catching them off guard with some of those rotations.
Well, what caught everybody off guard, the duelist matchup, not the one we expected, but the one we were entertained by. So we could do this head-to-head of the stats. Bowie versus Joa, that new stand-in for SRG coming in last second, Vance. Bowie, they needed to show up, and I think, you know, going up against a substitute, that surely has got to give you a lot of confidence that you know you can win that.
That's what we were talking about going into this game, where a lot of eyes were going to be on Bowie when he was going to play this Euro for the team, or just in general as that main duelist. And going week after week where they're not finding success, you need your duelists to start stepping up to the plate and then adding a little bit more freedom and a room to breathe here to make sure that you can close out in a strong fashion, just like you did on Split previously. But if you look on the side of Joa, even if the numbers look low, I feel that he still kind of did his part in these moments, because he was still 5 in first bloods. He was still tied in the amount of first blood successes that he was able to get with Bowie, and I think failed maybe in 3 occasions. But it's just those small timings that even if you lose Joa, even if he's gone first blood, it's the rest of it. How do you play the 4-on-4 right after, or how do you play the 4-on-5 if Joa dies first? And I feel like that was that little thing that was missing. So if anything, it's again going back to what we thought in the very beginning here when we were presenting this match, where SRG are going to have a very hard time integrating Joa into A to Z of their game plan. But if the A Elise is there and he's able to score his first blood, then the rest has got to be really on point with the rest of the funnies around the other 4 players to make sure that he pulls out these rounds. But they lost on their map pick, so that's the tough one.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I love that shout where you're talking about how essentially like half of Joa's kills were the first bloods that we saw, those round openers, but some of the spacing just wasn't quite there for the rest of SRG to follow up. And that's not just on SRG either, though. I think that Hakiki Mori also did a good job to try and kind of force Joa onto an island when they were diving so deep onto those sites too. And it was just difficult to actually find that pacing, find that rhythm as a team, because Hakiki Mori were very quick with a lot of those fast floods in response to dismantle a lot of those executions. And I'm looking towards SRG now looking to reset as we head into Fracture.
Yeah, that's going to be our next map, Fracture, which this was the map that SRG had visited against Trust and Plug in their very first week. A map that SRG felt in their bones was winnable. So to be brought back here again, courtesy of Hakiki Mori, I'm sure hurts, but I know this is one, Vans, that SRG should still feel confident going into. But then you got to not beat yourself up, losing 13-5 against a team that I think, and on every other day, you would think you could win against.
Agreed. When you're looking at this matchup too, it's the Shopify Rebellion game that they had ups and downs on this map of Fracture too, utilizing an EG comp when you're bringing a Sova into the mix. So yeah, even though they lost versus Tip, they still had good victories against Funhammers, for example, which allowed them to qualify in Challengers in the first place. So I think in the moment where you're not going away from what EG built in the first place in that comp, so the opponents are starting to understand a little bit more how the comp is being played. So you just have to be a little bit more perfect on how to utilize around that utility. But this is where it's going to get difficult, because as we talk about the Euro that we saw previously here from Joa, now we're going to have to potentially play a raise around the timing of maybe Sova darts on executions, which could be a little bit harder in the first place. So I wouldn't be surprised here for Shopify Rebellion if they want to pull out something new in terms of a comp, something a little bit more basic to allow here Joa to get a little bit more value. But if not, this is still a very good map here, at least a very good series, looking at Hakiki Mori to get the upset against SRG because of the decent showing, even though in a loss, that there was still some flash in the pan here that we saw from Hakiki Mori against Ambrosia.
Yeah, I love that shout about the potential of a new composition coming out, or maybe even comfort picks there, just to make it a little bit more comfortable there for Joa. Because when you look back at how they've been deciding on those comps on the side of SRG previously, was very old style Fracture, rather than leaning into the meta that we've seen coming out, having that 1-2 punch combo. And they are actually going to lean now into this here on the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. They'll stick with the raise through and through, but now Noya going to be landing onto the Vice, and then having that Tejo, I think, is massive. I felt like we were missing a little bit when we did have the Sova. Don't get me wrong, Sarah is an insane Sova player, but the combination of Tejo and Breach is just unbeatable with how well you can clear out these sites, how well you can even counter util when you're getting that fault line through from the attackers over in A main, and then trying to respond on the defense, and they're in here, right? So I really like this new look here coming out from SRG, but I do worry if it's going to be too much as well for trying to integrate this new player today.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Sarah, because, you know, a good shout is congratulations on Esports Player of the Year at the Canadian Game Awards. Okay, so I need you to game out, be that Esports Player of the Year, because your team needs you. It's series point for Hakiki Mori, and we could see SRG be relegated in their first season of Challengers. We don't want to see that happen. Unbiased, let's just watch the action. Let's go see Kag and Tenric.
Unbiased? I brought all this copium out for nothing then. Oh, gee, okay, I'll put it away for later. But I mean, I think Shopify Rebellion bringing out this new style composition is really, really, really risky, but also really, really, really good for this team. We mentioned it back on Split. Noya, beholden to the Viper utility. She's been beholden to the Killjoy on Pearl in a lot of different instances, right? I want to see more flexibility from Shopify Gold. This is how you get that flexibility. And slotting in Jawa to the raise pick, I think this could work really well on a map that, as an IGL, I think Melo is going to feel a lot more comfortable having more pieces to play around with.
Hard agree. Everyone on Shopify Rebellion is going to want to feel more comfortable on this map, and so whether or not they feel comfortable with this comp now, it doesn't really matter. They kind of got to get with the times. So this is the way they'll need to go, and fast is the tempo at which they'll need to attack when they begin to, which they will here on Dish Drop. We have a 4-stack heading up the ramp. We have the Tejo that Sarah has taken up, clearing the entirety of that hallway, and Hakiki Mori taking a back seat to this opening push on the pistol.
Really good clear from Shopify Gold. Full site control. Everyone else and Mori, of course, that was for the aggro B main fight. Looking to go for the flank. Post plant. Interesting. Fragmented out in 3 different lanes for Shopify Gold. They have to condense after the first fight.
Bring it back. Try to full send through that opening door. And off of that, just brute force their way through the site with the advantage. That's how they ticked previously. Huge paint shells to play preventative. At least split this in half a little bit, clear the board. Alexis good front seat to keep it stalled, and the rest of Shopify Rebellion can get their frags along the way. Distance damage for Noya done, and now Kaiser able to finish that off. Mel trying to hold it down, and Kaiser with the right clicks keeps it close, but Shopify Rebellion will hold on to the round.
Oh, just such a great read from beginning to end from Shopify Gold. The fact that they went for an unusual pistol A satellite push, to the fact that they had the great timing off of Sarah to clear out A main to make sure the post plant would be a safety zone for them, to the fact that in the re-clear from Mori, understanding that no presence was shown from defender spawn, that it should be a flank, and to hide and evade the double, maybe even triple flashes that came out on A main from the defenders. Through and through, these are the rounds that Shopify need to have in order to bring things to map number 3, and it was so confident.
It's exactly what the fans want to see. Not a Hakiki Mori, I should make that clear.
Hey, they have fans now after map 1.
Oh, they sure. Oh, I saw this. Dude, the chat was popping out before map 1 even started. These guys got fans.
That's
these guys
awesome.
got support, and they
I really like their
absolutely
logo.
deserve it. Oh yeah, it looks
It's really
super
cute.
dope.
Oh! Great headshot from Noya, and again, the flexibility. She's not beholden to that utility anymore. She can get these off positions and allow someone like Jawa to truly push up and play for the stall. Another for Noya. It leaves 2 left alive, Demi and Garpa. Separated out. Very little in terms of retakeability.
Already you're seeing Noya feel more comfortable and dynamic with this Spice pick, and she is popping off to open up this second round. 4 on the board for her. That's a Steel Garden in your rearview mirror if you're Shopify Rebellion Gold. Already looking a lot more prosperous starting off a Fracture. Of course, being the attack side, that's what you'd hope for.
We had just seen Fracture earlier today in a separate series where it felt like a big issue for a defensive team was we didn't see a lot of aggressive plays from the start of the round. That's the meta of Fracture now. You stack up one lane of this defensive site, whether it be B main, A main, arcade, or satellite, and you push that aggressively to see if you can take that early fight. No one's there. You put U2 in a different lane. You pretty much have triangulated where the attackers should be going. We're not seeing that this rifle round. It's very conservative from Hakiki Mori. Stealth drones out, heard by Mori. It's the same pistol strat we had just seen.
Same approach onto the site. Joa quick clear of Heaven as they'll take down. And Joa the spam to get rid of Ghost. Good early clear here. Mori, no space to call for themselves, so a lot of early work needs to be done. Lesser risks can be taken, but Demi's made the entryway through the sand, and so suddenly a bunch of space developed here. Whole lot of real estate off of the back of this Brimstone that is now good for 2 picks, opening up the entire site for the rest of the Hakiki Mori squad. Bowie tries to get in front of it nice and early, but that's just so the rest of the team can get on the stage. And Noya, standing alone against the rest of the squad, can only do so much more. It's 3 for Demi, 1 for Mori.
Still such a great clear from Shopify Gold. The one fatal mistake, though, was that there was no re-clearing of sand into the round. Demi was by that door the entire time and was giving all the audio calls to the rest of their team to tell, hey, you're free to rotate and go for this flank, just like you did on Pistol. But let's play with the timing a little bit differently. And Demi pops off and, like you mentioned, gives so much real estate to Fracture.
Way to open that up way earlier than Shopify Rebellion intended as well. You could tell That one prong was still towards that site, and they just couldn't bottle it up in time. That is the heat check that Hakiki Mori need to search for if Shopify Rebellion Gold continue to display the confidence that they did in the opening 2 rounds of this game. These are the 2 teams we were looking for. This is a big push down Arcade. Everyone is staring down the steps, and now it seems like Demi is going to be able to turn around, but big push up here. Garpa has a lot of work cut out for him, and he can do it all himself. 3 held down, and the rest of the team is now able to keep the site. Noya yet again alone.
One off Steel Garden could be good for the pick. What even the odds, at least now having the weapon advantage off that ult? Stealth drone. Already given the information needed, but Garpa, a 4K to stack up on B site. It's wild too, right? Because the start of that round, every single player on B site, all 4 of them, were aim dueling down B main. Not a soul, not a single piece of utility was watching Arcade. And yet through all the smokes, and even with the ult clear, it felt like top heaven, Garpa just popped off.
Yeah. Really amazing job to just center that site again after, like you said, it seemed like we shifted our weight a little heavily there. Luckily, Hakiki Mori still quicker to the punch and still refusing to flinch. We've tied ourselves up here again. And the aggression from Mori to deal with Northside T-spawn as SRG bum rushes A site yet again. It's that peak aggression that we were looking for from both sides. The Razorvine will slow down, but Hakiki Mori will double back in favor of that CT ground that they want to uphold once they're able to make it past this Vine, which they now will. We meet in the middle yet again on A site, and Bui's just going to straight up drift his way right onto Spike Plant. Blind his way through, Rolling Thunder on top of it, and now all of the ultimates come out for either side. Joa counters with the Showstopper, but is completely caught by the Orbital Strike. Out. Trying to re-enter. Still Spike not down. Still trying to enter, and Bui is holding it all down.
Last player standing.
Shopify Rebellion continuing to try to re-engage, but Mori are just too quick to the blow. And now they're ahead.
Just having one player off-site with these audio reads early on has been enough for Mori to go for these quick rotates from B site to A, rather than playing for the retake and doing the same exact thing that they had done to retake Pistol in just a few rounds ago. It's Mori now to fight the execute head on with their ults. Garpa, Rolling Thunder, Demi, the Orbital Strike, huge and snuffing out that positioning that Shopify absolutely needed. Won't be the case anymore. Adjustment now. Shopify pushing up A main. Smoke in the way though. Problem, Bui, an Operator may have been spotted out by the stealth drone. Yep. Surely now.
And no way to TP back. Joa is going to chase that down. No trap though on the side of Hakiki Mori. Demi doesn't get there fast enough, so the hallway is just going to have to be handed over. But now that Operator is still up and running again. Steel Garden is not far enough up. That's what the salvo is there for. And on top of the blind, it actually will pressure Bui to finally use that TP and give over the site to Shopify Gold.
Only one flash available though for Shopify off this execute. It's going to be Noya's. None for Alexis on the menu.
Ooh. Early stop again. Continuing to contest it, but Mori in front of the sand door, early as always, ready to fight before Shopify can blink. Razorvine to try to settle. And here we go. Huge army outside of the long angle to the door that Shopify's not expecting, but still a 2-for-1 that Mori can't afford. Bui, an attempted entry off of the blind, and he's still good for 1. That's enough to let Ghost in the door. And now the potential clutch angle off of the 2v2. Limited time though, and so Ghost has to just be aggressive. He'll give himself away because of that, and so Shopify are able to manage the 2v2 and tie us back up again.
Just great mini protocols being brought out by Shopify Gold, understanding where Hakiki Mori want to prioritize into these retakes and taking back that space early on. The patience, the safety that Shopify have been giving out to each other as teammates to allow someone like Bui on that Operator not to find any impact right away is a far cry from some of the dry swings we saw back on Split. This is a Shopify Gold that looks so much more well adjusted for this matchup.
Ready to contest, and they are going to be forced to here as the salvo will continue to zone them out. Now Arcade is going to be quite the chore to clear, and that's what Mori is hoping for. There's a 3-man cavalcade running down top side CT, and they're gonna clear 3! Perfect execution in such a short window of time that completely handicaps Shopify Rebellion yet again. Now they will be the ones crunched in Arcade. They will have to get over aggressive, and Noya will be the one to wide swing as always. Mel having to drop the call, still having this orbital strike in hand to potentially get a flush going, but so much work needs to be done to try to hold on to this round to a degree.
Could very well just be waiting for those smokes to die out, maybe use the ult to clear some space and give Noya the chance to aim duel down alongside Mel. Smokes, though, are just a facade. Hakiki Mori are very well aware about where the last 2 of Shopify are, and every shot has missed. Every one of them.
Yep. Goes to show, kids, never shoot through smokes. It won't work.
Oh.
30 seconds left.
You know, I could have graduated college if I didn't shoot through smokes. So it's a save. Probably leading into Shopify taking their first timeout. But honestly, again, I think if we look at the timeouts from Shopify back on Split and say, okay, mental reset, not a lot of strategic changes came through, at least on a big picture scale. I think this time for Fracture, it's more so, okay, we're grounded, we're good. This is a strategical change. We need to figure out how to make sure Mori cannot get comfortable with these 5-second into round rushes.
The issue is, where else do you really go if Hakiki Mori reads you properly? The way that they were able to wall out with those salvos and then the Razor Vine to follow, I mean, do you just expect a fight like that going forward? Are you now conditioned to do that? Do you just have to start fighting Northside T now?
I mean, welcome to partnerships, man. That's how it works now. I think a big, large part of that last round, too, was the fact that Ghost brought out the Steel Garden right away into that gunfight. You even saw Sarah go for the swing. The X icon was over the crosshair, and you can see the reaction of being like, oh. So I mean, at least that can't happen every round. I think that's a good saving grace for Shopify here. Their confidence in taking those early fights, I think, are going to be really solid after this timeout.
I 100% agree. Once again, heat check after heat check turn out to make Shopify Rebellion more confident, but that's the necessity of this team, especially when you're this far down in the Swiss. It's all an uphill climb from whoever even makes it out of this. And damn, they're both putting up a good fight now. Hakiki Mori continuing to outshine in the fragging department, in the dueling department when it comes down to this close quarters fight. And clearly, they are still faster than Shopify Rebellion. That must change.
It's going to be hard, though, when you have someone like a Yoru against you to have that speed. I mean, Joa's a Raze, and we haven't seen a ton of, like, solo hero Raze plays that we've come to expect. But Joa also has just been thrown in seemingly at the last second. I think Joa being more of, like, an institution for the team, just an entry tool like they were back on Split, is perfectly fine here.
It's all you can really ask for when you've got such a last-minute change to your team.
Ooh. Big change-up from Mori. No early fights, at least none that end in any bloodshed. It's back to the protocol of A site. Nothing was found, and I don't believe the Vice util has been discovered yet. No stealth drone brought out by Sarah. This is all contact plays for this execute. You can't stay on site here. You have to push up once that spike goes down.
Go the smokes. Will they attempt to fully engage this? All right, they'll walk on.
My blind is dead. Wall tripped.
Good amount used along the way. Noya able to
30
sequence her
seconds
util really well, and now the Vines are able to actually stall out a little bit extra.
Sand control for the post plan, not pushing up just a tiny bit, playing off that orbital strike as the final saving grace.
Joa could get met early to stealth drone heard, but not any fight won. It's once again Demi with the opening frag. And now they'll try to open up the rest of the drop onto Sand. Bowie holding it all down in the hallway though. And he won't give himself any more, but Sarah will become so crowded on the site after all the damage has been done. And that opening onto A main has been such a death sentence for Shopify Rebellion. In several of these post plants at this point, not just from Bowie, nearly everybody from Hakiki Mori's cashed in.
And you see the gears turning. Like, it's not the same strat every single time. There's always these small differences that are being called out by Mel to do differently in the hopes that this can be the winning A strat. And whether it be Joa pushing far up into heaven, yeah, right here, that could have been a triple kill for Joa, but unfortunately, just the sprays didn't connect. And Bowie was able to win that flank 1v2 and win back all of that re-clear of A site control. Just truly unlucky for Shopify's attack. Now here's a question for you. How many attacking rounds does Shopify need to feel comfortable in this half?
With the fact that their tempo control is not going to be as good as Hakiki Mori's because of the Yoru, I would say you're looking for 5, truthfully.
Yeah. I think the cop-out answer would be they need to be flawless from here on out, but I do agree. I think 5 is the safe bet.
Yeah, I think, if you walk in with 4, I think Shopify's definitely a little scared with Hakiki Mori's prowess in the pistols still coming through, especially with their attack potentially being so dangerous. Even still, Spike is down cleanly and plainly here with these pistols. Hakiki Mori not taking any super huge risks on the potential lurks and wraps. They have dotted all their I's and crossed all their T's, and Shopify Rebellion maintaining the same level of respect, watching every angle possible, but this sand door still looks so unstable, and if Garpa can just open up as organically as he does, then it's gonna be a whole lot tougher. No real ground made up with this gun difference still shining through, and so Hakiki Mori should walk away pretty easily with this 6. Gorgeous double frag, though, with the stinger on the side of Mel, who tries to pick up one more gun before Demi shuts it down. Again, noise continuing to be made from the attackers, but Hakiki Mori, they will maintain their discipline in a 6th round.
That was so clean for the double. But Hakiki Mori, again, they're making small variations of their retake strats as well. They're fishing for Shopify to swing into them and then guiding out these double, triple, however many people they have available swings to win these fights against Shopify on a mass scale. At this point, yeah, A site's not working. You have to go somewhere else, and that's continuously why you keep seeing Hakiki Mori stack up defenders on B. Every round, they're expecting this to be a B hit, and they don't get what they wish for, but they reset and retake for A. Now, finally, we see an aggressive push outside of Satellite. That's going to get rid of at least one marker of the potential lanes that Shopify want to bring out. Orb should be heard by Ghost. Help sell some information. Stall util set up by Hakiki right outside the B main corridor. No visibility at all on Arcade. But theoretically, Sarah would bring out the stealth drone. That would be heard by the Brimstone. And so this is a fake instead, Tenrek, to bring things back over into A.
Yeah. I wanted to try and just drive at least one more over.
This has to be a fake for B site.
I feel like, yeah, it doesn't feel like they can keep it here, especially with the fact that they know Bowie can potentially run this down with the operator. But they'll decide to open their weak site. Mel with the first frag out the sand door, and they'll continue to rummage through A site. Mori again respectfully staying outside of the smokes, but continuing to launch some util at the problem so that Mel has to stay on her toes. Now the real fight begins on that weaker side, and Shopify still scared to re-peek it. Little Molly on top of Demi that cannot watch everything. Again, great patience here from Shopify Rebellion Gold on the hold of sight, which Mori will let go of. It will be a 4th round for the attacking side.
What a blessing from Shopify Gold. It seemed like at first the idea was to at least maybe fake from A site to B. And then if this was going to be an A execute, allow Noya to have that extra space, listening to rotates off of B site to crawl behind into spawn and flank. Neither one of those happened. And Shopify was so good to take the 2 opening fights to get rid of sand control that they finally had the pressure they needed to win a round on A site.
Never.
4 rounds. We said 5 should be the minimum for comfortability off of this attack. There's 2 more opportunities for Shopify Gold, but I will say, if there has to be a bare minimum, I think Shopify getting 4 rounds for their attack here is a very good place to be at.
Certainly if they run out of tools, but they have so much to work with going into these final 2. I feel like they'd still be disappointed if they don't walk away with 5 here.
I agree.
it's all about how they mount this aggression off of those ultimates and how easily they're able to flush out the biggest threats. And of course, the one that stands right in front of them is still Bowie with this operator. The stealth drone to very quickly confirm that, take over the hall, and now we'll go for the stun to deal with him completely. TP back over to the B side, and yet again, A site will be handed over all too easily to start things out. Rolling Thunder for good measure, though, and Garpa will have to back away heavily, but Kaiser actually gets inside and will get one on the way. Now Demi opens up, good for 3! That is unbelievable!
Mel's the only survivor of the demi-apocalypse of sand. At this point, A-site again, not really working out. And I keep thinking this is such a great opener, too, for Shopify because they get rid of Bowie's position with this op, and that is a staple of this defense. It forces Bowie to TP back early, give up a lot of A-side control. But it really just takes a hero play for one defender on sand to consistently take back that control from Shopify.
And they're back so fast, too.
Yeah.
They're able to trade off of themselves before the fight even starts. They don't need to get an early read on it. Shopify Rebellion isn't like terribly telegraphing this. It's not. They just have time, and they use it properly. And by the time one of the members of Hakiki Mori is down, there is always that support system available because of how easily and well all of these players is able to hold their own individually. Nobody is having an off day on Hakiki Mori at this point in time. The perfect time for all 5 members to be able to wake up simultaneously, which is what I think so many people have said has been the issue with both of these teams, that they've just been struggling in purgatory, falling down this bottomless pit with a slight lack of identity. But this level of mechanics that we saw rankers establish themselves off of, could it be that our first team to get to playoffs mirrors the ideals of the team that was perceived as the 16th seed walking into this tournament?
So we pretty much have our VCL EG 2023. Okay, all right. I'm for it. I'm for it. 3 ults available now for the last round for Shopify. Not the A take we're expecting. Back to the pistol strat once more. Stealth drone is out, finding not nearly as much info. This time, A main not in the favor of Shopify, which was guaranteed to them each take they've had like this before.
Another early showstopper. Bowie will at least be dealt with, but the salvo to already pressure her. Noya with the drop down, good for 2 though. And that'll be the sweep that Shopify Rebellion was searching for. The individualism comes from the other side this time. And that should be 5, but Kaiser's got this Armageddon, Ghost has got this operator. Mori's gonna give it their all, and they have some time to do it. The smoke re-up will make it a little bit of a tough window. Steel Garden on top of it all too, and so Mori walks into this with basically nothing. They'll go ahead and seal their own fate. So it is 5-7 on the half. Shopify Rebellion still not looking as clean as they'd like to. It's obvious as to why, a number of reasons for sure, but Hakiki Mori is the headline of this match. They continue to be, as they grace us with their mechanical prowess.
And again, I'm expecting Mel, the wonderful IGL, to have a lot more in-depth strats when it comes to the attacking side. And the calls should be more in-depth than what Hakiki Mori can bring for their own side. But for the defense, I'm worried that we might start seeing something more so like Shopify's Pearl defense, where it becomes very utility timing driven. Mori was able to beat out Shopify on split the same exact way. Just wait out their defense, wait out the utility, and strike at the last second. Shopify are changing up the pace. They're looking for those aggro fights early on Satellite. This is exactly what they need to do to bring things 7-7. But Mori's a scrappy team. They don't necessarily have to play together nearly as much as Shopify does. They can go for those hero plays and get those 1v3s.
Mori gonna start with the stack up the steps. TP from Bowie to take control of the entirety of B early. While Shopify Rebellion opted to go for the full clear of A site for that certainty of a lack of a lurk. That being said, Mori will be able to respread themselves here, so Shopify have to engage on every front. And that sheer will give away the north side T-spawn entry from at least one. Sarah and Joa heading down from Arcade.
High-low setup with Bowie.
Early swing out on the flash, only good for the one. Sarah swings late, but so does Demi, and so it is still a 2v1. on that high-low. Shopify Rebellion do win the better fight on the site, though, and Noya's just going to stick this defuse. I don't know if anybody can even re-enter on top of this. Body blocks to hold it down, and a defense that is fully complete after the defusal.
Just right under everybody's noses. Huge from Shopify to get that smoke control and hideaway for the defuse. Hakiki Mori were so dead set on taking that back arcade control and re-clearing it that they weren't focused on the objective at hand. A prime opportunity for Shopify to sneak in, and probably something that Hakiki Mori will not let happen again. I'm willing to bet that in these next few spike post-plant rounds, they're probably going to play very close to sight after that.
Going to have to stick to their guns. Thank God their guns are working now.
Wow.
The life of an 03 team is not easy. Okay?
I can imagine. That's why I don't play.
Hey, Chad, how many times do you think I've gone 03, huh?
Spike down B.
Good follow-up so far from Shopify. Mori, searching for ghosts. But that's all you can really do. Hey, and orbs, you know, props Kaiser.
Yeah, I mean, this early Armageddon's going to be gigantic, and something that we don't really get to see a lot in VCL teams is just orb control. Even if deep cut, even back in, GC Champs 2023, a big reason why we would see Shopify win so many rounds was because they would purposely set up for orb farming just for floor to get a lot of early showstoppers. That's something that Shopify has usually used as a dominant factor over other GC teams. And it just feels like we haven't really seen that as much in VCL.
Left.
I mean, hey, look, there's an orb. Yeah, go on.
It is kind of incredible how the departure of Fluorescent from Shopify Rebellion Gold kind of exactly coincided with the discussion being had on a wider scale of VCL, where kind of Tier 2 North America is at this stage where enabling one star is not going to get your team over the line. When it might in a previous year of challenge, of something that was even at the Challengers level. So walking into this where we are now off of that position where kind of everyone has to find that individual work and everyone sort of sets up each other now instead of there being necessarily these pocket plays that a lot of teams may go for. It's strange to see Shopify Rebellion Gold and each of its players kind of find their new role and blossom themselves. Problem is, you gotta aim better consistently in order for that blossoming to look good on camera. And so far, Hakiki Mori, their development going on from ranked to premier to here, through all of those tough mudslinging fights that they were working through in their first 3 matches, they look more ready than ever for the environment that Tier 2 is proposing to them today.
Extremely well prepped. Hakiki Mori are playing this so slow. Trying to find an ounce of information against Shopify Gold. 7-7 now, a tied-up match. Each of the players, you're absolutely right, have individually looked great into this matchup. But as a team, there have been at times some hero plays. And then there's been teams like Rankers who are all heroes, it seems. Bowie, the opening pick, your IGL now gone, the smoke's removed. Shopify won't be able to use those smokes for the post-plant, but Noya in her presidential tower has yet to be contested.
He's still not even challenged. Mori preferring to ignore her and deal with the remainder of the fight before anything else. Yeah, now baiting out after the early kill, Noya will be swung out, and so Mori will be able to deal with the rest of the fight. Holding on to 4 for the bonus, pretty decent as well. So they look well set for the remainder of this game too. We will get these 2 teams at their best here on what could be the final side for Shopify Rebellion Gold.
So what's the plan now for Hakiki Mori? Again, when you're attacking Fracture, the world in a way is your oyster. You can have some of the wildest defaults possible. Teams often just like to 4-stack one site and crunch with one person on the other, which works pretty well, especially arcade. These are usually how attacking teams open up their pistol rounds. Hakiki Mori are playing it a lot slower though. They're worried about that heaven control that Noya just had. And early contact play against Mel before the smokes can go down. Caught her off guard. Jawa also the fall. One by one, we're not seeing Shopify Gold play off of each other. It's all these individual positions. Alexis and Sarah, the only ones to do so, the only survivors now. Isai has not been held on to.
Perfect excuses for Hakiki Mori to stretch their limbs. Continuously walled out by the aftershock here, but Garpa will get the spike down in time, so Mori have all the pressure they need to retain this round. That being said, Armageddon available to at least flush out one side of it, and that's what Sarah's gonna do, force out the stair swing. Ghost just gets grab peeking, and no one checks it. Ghost gets both. The one guy pressured by the ultimate is the one to get both.
He's a ghost.
Ooh. I just realized there's Ghost and Bowie on the team. How have we not even picked that up, dude? We're Valorant casters and we didn't discover something as corny as that?
You know, I was thinking Bluey.
Oh.
I mean, he's playing a blue character.
That's true.
He's just not an Australian dog.
That works for me. Yeah, no, that's enough for me.
You know, if, well, I guess Bowie's playing the Phantom. I was going to say if they're both playing Phantom, we could sing the Danny Phantom song.
Was Ghost just now playing Phantom, or was he?
I think he's been Vandal.
No, I think he has been too. Darn. Our whole bit's done.
Come on, Danny Phantom.
But
that's okay.
Okay, yeah. This timeout from Shopify Rebellion is well warranted. I imagine it. Funnily enough, it is more of a mental reset than a playbook look at.
Yeah.
And it's kind of exactly what they need because they have once again allowed Mori to get hot, and they have no real answer to these individual fights again. This is the same practice we saw them completely flunk on in the previous map, and the opener of Fracture that tore this open, it could very well send them out of the Swiss here too.
It's really been an advantage of positioning with Mori over Shopify. Shopify have the right ideas, even back on their attacking side, but with Mel being that opening pick, Bowie just, I almost said Bluey, absolutely just wide swung into the contact angle near Canteen and took her out for the round. And it's plays like that that just seem unexpected against Shopify that work out so well. Shopify once more now focusing A main as the changeover post timeout. Mori themselves are waiting for an over-aggression from Shopify that probably won't exist. Now remember, Noya has been serving this Senti util, the Vice util, all over B site. Hasn't really stopped Mori. But now there's very minimal utility brought out on B. Could be more reactive this time for A pressure.
A lot of unloading early here for Gold to maintain the control. And they know what that's going to mean for this Mori attack. It means they'll head over to this B site where, suppose they retain that confidence. Bowie going to be prompted to use the dimensional drift because of that opening, and he's been handed complete intel onto the tower. Joe is going to get pressured like a dog. Still not down just yet, and a lot of util to offer to the conversation. Bowie just hands himself over to him.
Yeah, the best weapon that Shopify Gold have going into this retake. Bucky gets one of the opening picks. Bowie now gone. Chance of an Armageddon off of Kaiser, null and void. Ghost though, Steel Garden in play. The problem though is that Shopify Gold don't have any primaries.
They're still gonna let it go. Mel's off the molly, it didn't hit the entire spike. Timmy's gotta re-swing it, but Garbo helps out. And the full stack can still shine through. The Steel Garden now good enough to stop Joa, who actually does have that rifle and tries to hold on to the fight instead of the orbital strike. But such a difficult way to go. Fun swing off of this blast pack, but patient is Hakiki Mori, and they still hold on to enough on the one angle that they need to. A great attempt from Shopify Rebellion Gold, though.
Just consistently, B-site has been broken into for Hakiki Mori. Shopify Rebellion have already gone for a timeout, and they're still, granted it was an eco round, hasn't been a major response to what they can do for these post plants. Just like back on Split, it's the late round that Hakiki Mori seemingly glimmer the most. Full rifles now for Shopify Gold. If they play this round and falter, this could be one of the last rifle rounds they have in VCL. Jawa, an operator in play, watching Contact Arcade. Decoy brought out Bowie, stuffing utility out of A main to fake this pressure. The majority of Hakiki Mori taking a page out of the Shopify book and aggressing out from satellite.
Is that an orbital strike to get rid of the Yoru. TP'd out. And now Mori is just gonna take the push on drop. And now we'll throw in the Rolling Thunder as well to try to disparage one. Joa on the way back through CT will deal with the overextending from Bowie. But still so much space already made by Hakiki Mori. And what really does SRG have to offer from here? I guess some good aim off of that positioning. President Noya able to deal with the rest. And you said she was serving up a lot earlier. Now she's just serving. 8-10 here, SRG.
Whew, that's my president. A great retake off of A site, and this was an alt strat from Hakiki Mori. They don't go for A very often, but that just seals the deal that B site may continuously need to be procced in different ways, mirroring how Shopify continue to press A themselves. Now remember, Java still has that operator. Watching the contact angle in Arcade, no different from last round. Noya has been great to set up on B, and retake values were huge. Stealth drone outside A will sell early on that Shopify don't have to worry about the A main pressure. It should be instead now. High-low setup off of Arcade. Shopify Gold should have the first opening pick in their pocket. They want to stall against Hakiki Mori. Stealth drones out, audio heard.
Oh, Joa spotting Bowie over the smoke. Now Mori, a lot tougher to engage on either of these fronts. Ghost still having to watch outside of this shear. Doesn't have a clean way in until Mori brute force in from Arcade, but they can't confidently do so on this opening pick because now they have this smoke in their way. Joa will be intimidated out, and so SRG will hand this over for now. Ghost trying to apply that pressure with the vines from afar as well. Make sure that the shear is only utilized once Mori is confident enough to duck back outside of it. And, well, they've gotten ahead of the problem at this point anyway, so do they really care? Doesn't seem like it. Molly can even catch Sarah before Demi tries to reapproach the fight. He gets to save his bullets for the rest of it. Good thing, too, is it's still a 3v2 that is close as can be, with the Steel Garden still ready to go. This SRG squad looks to try and get active. Mel out early. Noya behind catches Garpa on the wraparound. And limited time now to act upon this Steel Garden. Looking for Ghost. Here's the jump. Sees Ghost, but still can't get the kill. The do-si-do is won by Noya. But Kaiser can stand from a distance. Salvo and then swing. Should be all she wrote there, but nice blind early from Noya to stall things out. Could that be a free half? No, Kaiser, quick as a bullet. 11-8 now for Hakiki Mori.
Just great patience from Hakiki Mori, losing their opening pick, still smokes in play, doubling down and using the lack of vision to their advantage by pushing up into heaven and taking that crunch control B main. It's a tough show, but that's the confidence plays that we're seeing from Hakiki Mori. You lose the opening pick, a pixel of a rifle spotted, and Jawa strikes with an operator. But from there, it's just going in and swinging, man. Even with the Steel Garden about to erupt, Ghost still takes that fight against Mel. What more do they have to lose?
Oh, immediate TP in from Bowie. Extra aggressive that Sarah's able to turn into, but still a 1-for-1 in Mori. You're just gonna go for the full fight. Shopify Rebellion tries to take it, but loses again. Alexis in the smoke, only good for 1-2. And the gamble plays are always at a loss. Round over before it can even start, and that's most of the economy for Shopify Rebellion Gold as well.
This is a big change too. Attempting to push out B main for that early fight. Just something to stifle this aggressive push from Hakiki Mori. It just wasn't enough. Lost fights everywhere. 1v1s may be able to be found. That's one for Noya. Another Heaven, one below Arcade. Back up the ropes for the double swing. Not even necessary. One more round and Hakiki Mori, they move on forwards in Challengers, and unfortunately, we'd have to say goodbye to Shopify Gold.
Such a slim margin for error and so much room that Mori have to roam. Look at this alt bank, dude.
I'm looking at the normal bank.
Just ban watch on all sides here for Hakiki Mori as they prepare to enter their first of what could be 4 match points for their first match in VCL NA. after their first map that they were able to grab.
Oh no. And this is the Fracture problem. You have this double aggressive read outside B and A main.
Yep.
And Hakiki Mori don't exist in either. They're all arcade. And the re-clear out through the attacker south spawn finds nothing. That does tell Mel this has to be a northern push. Is it satellite? Is it B? Has to be B though. This has been Hakiki Mori's bread and butter. They've been continuously winning this site.
So much clearing for free here. Demi just barely caught in the back, but Noya
Oh, the
may not be
timing.
ready for Ghost. He's not. Ghost, good for the one. Now for both. How does he find that so fast? Absolutely unreal reaction time from him. And yet again, Shopify Rebellion cut short early. Armageddon on top. Rolling Thunder potentially to counteract. They may not even need it. Hakiki Mori have all they need. Demi for the 2. Bowie just gonna hold it down and finishes it with a classic. Shopify Rebellion Gold will take 16th place in this first split of NA, and Hakiki Mori will win their first match in the Swiss stage, staying alive in it.
It really feels like a lot of teams are taking pages out of the Rankers playbook and focusing on individual play work and then banding together as a gigantic team for their gigantic macro strats. I love to see all these amazing gunfights and retake strats come through from teams just like Hakiki Mori to show you need to have firepower behind you if you want to be able to go against the best of the best in this league. It comes down to a lot of hero plays and the individual strengths of players, where the olden days of structure seem to be falling to the wayside to fundies.
And indeed, with a team that is still waiting for its 5th to fully develop, and hell, had to get a sub for her today, unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Shopify Rebellion Gold, a team that is so hell-bent on working off of set strats and such a deep book of plays that their coaching staff and management has been able to develop for them. When that individual play starts to scream through time after time after time, the people who are able to do it consistently are going to be the ones who come ahead. And today that was Hakiki Mori. Who knows what it could be going forward? The work is certainly not finished for at least one of these teams, but we'll see how good they're feeling after a match like that after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Tournaments, even teams that are, you know, more inexperienced and haven't been together as long are all like clawing to be the best team and to win. I feel like the energy is like everybody's trying to be the absolute best. So that is something I feel is a little bit different than Game Changers, because there isn't a lot of Game Changers teams at the moment, so it's hard to field that kind of competitive environment when there's just so few teams right now. So playing in open tournaments, I feel like we kind of get that sort of push for us to be even more competitive and for us to try even harder against these teams who are also trying just as hard. I feel like this is not a diss to Floor, because obviously Floor is just the best Game Changers player to exist. But I feel like we're more well-rounded as a team because it's not solely focused on setting up Floor now, where it's more so everyone on the team has an opportunity to pop off. Obviously Karn is insane and she's still a pop-off duelist for sure. But I think it made everybody else think, okay, I need to step up and I need to be able to, you know, frag out a bit more to fill Floor's shoes, essentially. To be in Challengers, it feels like my entire career and my team's entire career I've kind of led up to this. It feels like this is always what we've been working towards. So Honestly, at first it was a little anticlimactic because it was like, oh well, we did it. Now what? So to be able to compete in these matches and play against better competition, it's honestly really fun more than anything. But also it is like a breath of fresh air to be able to play against new players and new teams and all that. Honestly, my only expectation for us is for us to do our best, and if we do that, then I'm happy. To be honest, I'm not gonna set a super high goal or expectation. I just want us to do our best. To be honest.
Hakiki Mori got their first win in Challengers, y'all. It is not over. Congratulations to them, and doing it in a sweep and doing it in their fashion, Vans. It was just great to see them take one.
100%. And playing with a lot of confidence, too. I think when we prefaced this game that it was going to be a very hard game for Shopify Rebellion Gold, there was no punches that were held back, unfortunately, on the side of Hakiki Mori, because it looked very, very good on how the team play was. The crossfires were perfect. We keep, I guess it's the key term for tonight, the fundies have been really, really good for Hakiki Mori, especially in the pulse plants on the attack side as well. And just for them to have different types of tempos when they're playing against Shopify Rebellion Gold, it kind of just felt like they made it very difficult for Shopify Rebellion Gold to get their right footing here into the whole series the whole time. You're like trying to second guess when you should swing here or there. There were moments here where you almost thought Shopify Rebellion were going to have good positions in the post plant when they were playing their attack side, and suddenly, boom, Demi comes in, triple kill, and then it's all over for Shopify Rebellion Gold. They can't hold back the post plant. So overall, again, I still feel that this is a great showing from Hakiki Mori. A lot more, I think we're seeing progression after every week. When we already praised the series that they had against Ambrosia, and now to be able to get a victory on top of that against a prestigious team such as Shopify Rebellion Gold, I think you're coming out with a lot of confidence here.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. Just being able to have that brimming and carry that momentum forward as we head into the remainder of this week, even looking at, potential eliminations in the next couple of days, and then also trying to get some better seeding as well going into playoffs there too. So a lot of pressure, but for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, it was a really tough look for them. I think definitely difficult to have Joa coming in, stepping up, and not to say, I mean, he played actually pretty well, all things considered, as far as being able to do his job, his role as a duelist to make that space. But it is, again, hard to kind of implement a duelist into your system. It's so late within the stage and then last minute as well. And we look even towards these statistics here. Joa, he ended up going 8-4 in those first kills, first deaths. And I think, though, you look at that, you look at the numbers overall, and for Shopify Rebellion Gold, they managed to find, I think, 13 first kills actually throughout this map. And Hakiki Mori, what was insane, you can see the numbers across the board and how evenly they were fragging. I felt like there was just consistency in at least one player every single round being able to step up to find some of those multi kills and actually even out that round, even though SRG would often start out with that numbers advantage.
And it tells a lot about Joel, actually, to be able to ask, or to be asked to fill in last minute, not only for a week 3 of the Swiss stage, but hey, we're currently 0-3. If we lose this one, we're beating Owen into losing, unfortunately, and getting relegated. Can you come and play for us, please? And for him to come in and still put decent numbers and doing what he needed to do at most, despite not fitting the system, if you could put it that way, I think was still pretty good. I mean, that single round where he was getting pushed in by Bowie and all that utility when he was playing that judge on the top of B Heaven, it just shows that the pressure really wasn't showing, and it wasn't pressing him down into his performances. So that tells me a lot for anybody else that wants to have an opportunity of putting a good duelist into their roster to beat well. I think you have to have an eye on Joel.
Yeah, and have an eye on these thrifties, because geez, I'm glad you brought up earlier, Ash, that Hakiki Mori can play against all odds. Bring me through round 7 where you noticed that.
Yeah, I think what was really cool is we talk a lot about, the frags coming in, but we got to talk about some of the macro that we actually saw for this team as well. I think we're actually missing it in this replay, but it started off with the Vice ultimate that comes out over in arcade, and it's on this thrifty round here for the side of Hakiki Mori. They take away those guns out of SRG, who then start running in the other direction, where it was actually, I believe, a 4-player push coming out from Dish. bullish on the side of Hakiki Mori, and they managed to capitalize on an SRG that kind of starts scrambling, forcing Mel and Noya into this save situation. And that was just really nice coming out from Hakiki Mori, an idea that they're able to implement.
Especially in long-range fights when the shares were hitting. And on top of that, you have, as you were mentioning, Ash, the Steel Garden that came out that nullified the last pistol that was going to wide swing to hopefully get the long-distance battle from the rifle to the Sheriffs, and then boom, you get locked out, and then you get dropped, and then they get weapons on top of that as well. And it comes to show what we were mentioned before, the way that it can change different tempos, because the casters have mentioned it before, where Keg and Tenric were both saying it's like, hey, they're not taking too much forward aggression. It's like the name of the game now with this composition on the map, like Fracture. And then boom, they just come out with that type of stuff on the Thrifty. And we talked about a lot of those crunches and these haymakers that it almost looked like Shopify Rebellion were sort of ready for it, but they weren't expecting those shots. And then lining up here, the ultimates on top of that.
Yeah, there was just like the firing squad out of Hakiki Mori. We promise you guys that was a Thrifty. If you were there, you saw it. Because those are some pretty nice vandals from Valorant Street. That's all I'm saying. We love them when they're for free. But there was one person who absolutely stood out to us. Some Demi Moore, Demi Lovato references, but on full display, putting on a show, should be the next celebrity going up, because Demi stepped up. And I want to look at those stats, because you talked, Vance, about the person who could put up those multi-kills. And we kind of saw in the montage a little bit, Demi delivered in those big moments.
Yeah, definitely. And going into the end of the series of like a plus 15, so 44 kills overall on the top of the scoreboard, 204 average damage per round is the crazy part. Because this only shows, I think, for one map, but the whole series, if you're looking at here on the stats, it's 204 ADR, which is pretty crazy. That's high input. And you saw in those moments, it's not like I'm holding an angle and then I'm going to be able to just have players run into my crosshair. He was actually running in through smokes and then finding timings, again, almost at the Ranker style, where you're thinking, okay, with the smoke that's down from Brimstone with 20 seconds, nobody's going to swing through that. And then, boom, we could run into our next wave of execs. But he's just out in the open, catching it with util in hands, and then really changing around in favor here of Hakiki Mori going into these holds on their defensive side.
Yeah, it worked out really well for them. I think playing with a lot of confidence. He had like 4 3Ks within that last map there on Fracture, which is crazy coming up from a Brimstone, but also ensuring that he was getting his util down before actually going for some of those aggressive plays too, right? You know, with the Brimstone, those smokes don't refresh. So once they get laid down, once you set down that molly, if you're not playing for that post-plant ult, you're just, you know, you're kind of a body that's just looking to get some frags, maybe get a little bit of that information. And that firepower came in spades. A lot of it came from, you know, assistance coming out from Garpa, from Ghost as well, with those flashes coming in. And it was just really nice looks, and even opening up rounds for Bowie there as well to take a lot of that space that's being created and pushed forward by on his team.
For sure. There's something in the water on Fracture where it's always the Brimstones that are top fracking and doing the Lord's work out there. But yeah, big congratulations to Hakiki Mori, and I actually have them on the line for their first post-match interview. You know, we got to give y'all the real Challengers experience. So great to meet you, Bowie. I'm Jen Lemon-Kiwi. I feel like I have to do this intro, but first win in Challengers, saving yourself from elimination. Bring me through what this means to you, Bowie.
It's a it's a wave of emotions, you know, like how you guys were saying in the first week that we're just a brand new team. We haven't been playing together that much, and it just felt like finally securing a win in Challengers, especially against a really good team. It just felt really like a big accomplishment for all of us, and we hope we can just carry that momentum going forward now.
For sure. And did anything change for you when you realized that SRG were using a duelist sub? Did that give you kind of extra aura being the duelist?
You know, like, we obviously were prepared for Donut, you know? Like, we know that she's a very, like, valuable asset to Shopify. And the thing is when we saw it, we were really surprised. We thought we had to change it all up. But no, we just kept our plans going, you know? Joe was a really good player, so we knew that, like, it's not like an easy game now, but we just kept cool, just went with the plans, and just worked out for us all.
That's really cool to see that you're showing respect and but you're not intimidated, and we kind of saw that confidence on display. And coming from Premier, like, your team story is really inspirational. So tell me about, how did your team come together, and how did you prepare for a level of competition that I imagine a lot of you haven't experienced before?
You know, I mean, I guess you could like say it's similar to Rankers, you know, like most of my team, we just grind ranked like all the time. Like, you know, we've all hit Radiant before, except for one of us, but he's gonna be there really soon. Cause you know, he got that skill. But you know, it's like just playing through Premier, we thought like it was a really good like way to get tournament experience. We didn't actually know, in fact, how impactful it would be to getting us into Challengers, but we took it as a good way to get team experience, and then it just helped us get into Challengers. And I feel like that's what helped like prepare us a little bit for it. Obviously, the calibers of teams were way different in Challengers, but you know, I really do think that Premier was a good foundation for us.
For sure. Like, you guys know how to scrap in any situation. I kind of like this baby rankers like scenario that you're presenting. And I think with more time, you guys could definitely be that. And what's next for you and the team, speaking of more time? Like, how do you plan on winning every match from here on out?
You know, every week, you know, it's, you know, against M80, it was a pretty rough start for all of us. It was a wake-up call. And, you know, we really did just see it as like, okay, we're not in the baby leagues, we're in the big leagues. So we're every week we just kept grinding and grinding and grinding. And I feel like you all can see that we you know, over the course of all the weeks so far, we've improved and improved, and that's all we're gonna do. We see this as our first win, so that's a big momentum changer for us. And we'll see where Challengers puts us, you know, with the new bracket, but hey, we're gonna be back here real soon.
Sure. And like, I'm so curious, are you guys like scrimming, or are you just sticking to like the Premier, like the ranked matches, kind of what helped you get into this position?
Oh no, don't worry. We're definitely
okay.
We're not just playing ranked now. We're scrimming, you know, we're still working on our game, doing everything we can to improve. You know, we're playing catch up. You know, all these teams have been here before. We're like pretty fresh. All of us are completely new to Challengers. Everyone has at least one person that's a veteran to Challengers, so we're the team that needs to like play catch up the most.
Well, you bought yourselves another week, and it was so fun to watch you, and it was so great to meet you. Thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Bowie. And that was Hakiki Mori, and that was just such an awesome interview, guys, to just the story coming out of Premier, to grinding, to getting into the scrims, getting into the structure of being like a real competitive team. And Vanta, I like that they call themselves like they're kind of like rankers.
Yeah, you almost have no choice right at that point. And I kind of like now the story that you have with what Riot is able to build a partnership, or premiership rather, or the Premier program, just like how Game Changers allowed now Shopify Rebellion Gold to come into Challengers. So if you never had the Premier system, there's a high chance you maybe wouldn't see these 5 players in that same roster, or know about these players, because there was no other ways of getting known in that fact. So to be able to continue to play ranked and say, okay, well, we're 5 guys or 4 guys, almost one making it to Radiant. Let's try to make a team, see how it works out in Premier, and then suddenly it works out, and then boom, you're out here in the VCL and you got your first game. So like the whole storyline, and I feel like there was a Valorant song made after that. When you start from Premier and you're on to the main stage at Masters, it almost could be that storyline here for Hakiki Mori, which is awesome to see.
And Ash, just looking at our bracket, we have Hakiki Mori now 1-3, joining quite a few teams in the same department, like Ambrosia, Burger Boys, Winthrop, and now Hakiki Mori are all 1-3. Like, it's still do or die. You are still one loss away from being eliminated.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that in the next couple of days, it's just the fact that, you know, for every team like it hits 4 losses, it ends up being eliminated, right? And when you're looking at that 1-3 group right now, things actually feel pretty darn close. When I feel like originally you would look at a couple of those teams on paper, like Burger Boys and Ambrosia, and even Winthrop as well, for some of their plays, you'd be like, okay, these maybe we'd see them more like closer to the middle of the pack rather than within the lower tier of VCL. And Hakiki Mori already showed that they could take it a really close match up against Ambrosia yesterday. And now with the confidence of today's win, I think that there's a chance where they can actually dodge that elimination matchup and try to take somebody else down.
And yeah, we got more matches tomorrow and after tomorrow, but I also wanted to give a special shout out to Shopify Rebellion Gold, the first Game Changers team to be in Challengers, and what a tough road and a humbling one. Just a different level of competition that they're used to farming and making crazy money over in Game Changers, to now really relishing in this experience, Vans. And to go out not on their own terms must be frustrating, but there's also a whole Game Changers season ahead. There's another stage of Challengers coming up. I have no doubt we'll see them again.
There's still a relegation tournament that they're still in, right? So they have a chance to play with the other two that are going to knock down into relegations here after the Swiss stage versus the other 3 premier teams that are going to move up. So they still have a chance to come back. And if Shopify Rebellion Gold throughout the years have already proven to us that they are able to continue to fight and come back with a vengeance, and then also prove to all the doubters as they made it to the VCL through Game Changers, that the more practice you put into that, the more you're going to be able to shine. Now they get the experience into the VCL. They have a chance to bounce back into this one. They know what to expect. They know who they played against. They knew what to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if I see them back here into the VCL in First Split 2.
Well, I hope I see you all here tomorrow, same time, same place, because we have more Challengers. We're going to be saying hello to some teams and also goodbye to others as we head towards the end of our season, but looking forward to playoffs on the horizon. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
They're cute.
They're fully on. YFP continuing to try to box out, but Blue Otter, they've gotten the work done. It seems like Thief was just a little too late. Still catch one from Waterfall, but the damage may be done. That's one more, but too much on site. And Thief will clear it out. Hey, just in time, buddy. It's curtains for the 7th round for themselves. So they will. Still a 3v2, and so Dry Swings can do so much. Who has been the best of them so far? Thief is right behind you again! Now he's right in front of you, and the tables have turned one more time for YFP's favor. It may be the last. Zeke spots a shoulder, spots 1 kill in the feed. Now the 1v1. One to start many. Blue Water has their work cut out for them, even if Zeke does it here. But Thief has the space, has the spike, has the confidence. Not the shot, though. Zeke, great off angle to hold on to the round and the game. Just
Because of that lurk from Thief, they re-rotate back over to B site. And luckily oh my.
No!
Unbelievable.
Oh, what?
Well, that's revenge for Thief getting that out of that smoke kill last time.
Unreal reaction. Give YFP that sight right back. Such is the nature of the mirror comp. Such is the nature of the double Tejo. Stellar finally dealt with. This time it's the aftershock that is able to not just space him out, but take away his life.
A noble sacrifice.
Continues to tick, indeed. As YFP can now just re-punch this way more safely. They've been able to go blow for blow, toe-to-toe on the util, and from here, they just need to do the same on the frags. But they can't, and Zeke gets an ace off of the micro swings! Rest of the team barreling towards B main, and Mel again, though, on to take first contact, as Bowie is slowed down, but is able to manage the one before caught by the Phantom. And that'll open up the entire site for Hakiki Mori. Ghost blinded out. Neuer with the wide swing to save the day. And Alexis with the final frag. 3 stay standing for the bonus. Shopify finds some semblance take. And it is paltry. Ghost, early peak. He's just going to swing it for a second.
2?
Mori continues to just frag and frag.
Oh.
That was so funny to walk into.
You get these off positions and allow someone like Jawa to truly push up and play for the stall. Another for Noya. It leaves 2 left alive, Demi and Garpa. Separated out. Very little in terms of retake ability.
Already you're seeing Noya feel more comfortable and dynamic with this Spice pick. And she is popping off to open up this second round. 4 on the board for her.